And we will start, good morning and welcome. We will start with roll call for those here in person, and I will go, my name's Fred Pergassa, the current committee chair of the Cincinnati representative, and I will go to my right.
Annette Lutz, Vice Chair, Toledo Rep.
John Decker, Georgia, Columbus.
Derek Newfire, Zanesville. Keith Trammell, Dayton.
Amy Seger.
Dimitri Johnson from OOD.
Christopher Saban, OVRC Secretary.
And Christy Hauk is here from OOD. She just stepped out of the room.
All right, now let's do those who are on the phone. We'll go to Cleveland. Any Cleveland operators? Going once, going twice, third and final time. Okay, Toledo. Anybody from Toledo on the phone? Once, twice, third time. Anybody from Zanesville on the phone?
17403508538.
Do you have a mute?
Screenshot. 1740350.
Okay, so John Canada's on the phone, and that's his phone number, so.
Okay.
I don't know who's that.
I don't know, all right.
Yeah, there's John, okay.
Okay, there's John Canada. Anybody else from Zanesville?
Hey, I do know, Frank, that I called it the OVRC number first, and Lynn Custer and Connie Dent are on there. I guess maybe they'll figure it out, but they had called the other number.
All right. Well, we apologize for that. We had to change it, at least for this one. Okay. Anybody else in Zanesville? And then we will move to Columbus. Anyone on the phone from Columbus? Okay. Columbus operators or PE staff? Once, twice, third time. Let's move to Dayton, Ohio.
16146533509. Licensee Dayton Charlie.
Okay, David Shar, like two. I believe that's Dayton. Anyone else from Dayton? Once, twice, third time. Let's move to Cincinnati. I know we have Tanya Koo on the phone. She spoke up already. Any Cincinnati operators or anyone else from the Cincinnati area on the call? All right, going once, twice, third time. If anybody didn't get in or is on the call, it's Zoom, so I believe if you need to unmute, it's *6 and *6 to remute. So
It is.
hopefully that will help you. So just chime in if you need to.
Aaron Hopkins.
Aaron Hopkins, yep, okay. You got that, Chris? Aaron
What
Hopkins,
region?
Akron, Kansas.
Akron, Canada. Okay.
Cynthia Lee, Training Program Manager.
Okay. I thought I heard his number. I thought I heard a number. Sincerely. Okay.
Yep, okay. Anyone else that didn't get in or didn't get to announce?
Good morning, sir. This is Cynthia Lee.
Yeah, we got you.
We got you.
We got you, Cynthia.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if we had anyone else who wasn't able to speak up. All right. If that's everything with roll call, we will move to the next item, which is approval of the March 2023 minutes. So I will open that up for discussion at this time.
I move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. approve the March 2023 minutes. Any discussion? All right. We will call for the vote then. Annette? John?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Did I get everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes.
And that was Annette. Annette introduced the motion, and John seconded. Correct. Okay.
The other thing I had on here was the motions and the bureau responses, but I don't think they came out yet. Is that correct?
I
We
thought
won
they,
last week.
yeah, and now that you get to that,
I didn't see it.
there was one that was a partial.
I did. I saw them actually,
They
but
came out, and there was one that was a partial that I was going to ask about, and it just went right out of my head. Why they were accepting, and I think we were missing one too.
Oh. Okay. I honestly did not see them. That doesn't mean they're not there.
Mr. Chair, I'm bringing them up.
Yeah,
I
I was gonna
apologize. I
say.
don't know how I missed that, but I did.
Okay.
Oh, it was the one that was missing, that they said they adopted part of it, was the one about sending waiver notifications via, letting people know via writing. And I think it said that you didn't want to call somebody, you wanted to send another thing in mail.
We wanted to follow up with an email. We wanted
Okay.
it in writing.
Okay. Could we do it with email and a call? I understand the, Mr. Chair, the need for writing and the desire to have it in writing, but would a call be, I mean, if somebody's not responding, would it be bad to call too?
Again, I think it was a little bit of a frustration that we always have to be the ones following up. I have one area manager to do it, but I can share that wealth with her. I'll follow up with a phone call. Like, it's just, Mr. Chair, it's just frustrating that we're the ones always having to, it's frustrating.
Well,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
I get that, but y'all are also the ones getting paid to do your job and our folks aren't. So sometimes that, we have other jobs and we're getting, things get forgotten, they get, said, oh, I'll respond to that later because I'm filling a vending machine right now. And people, it slipped people's minds. So sometimes that's just what comes with the jobs that we have.
Yeah, and I will be honest, there are times when I see something and, it's something that, should we move forward with this opportunity? Should we waive it? Sometimes you want a couple days to run it through in your head, and then, those couple days go by, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute, I forgot to, I needed to respond to that. And I think the follow-up thing email will be good, which will prompt anybody who gets into a situation like that. Sometimes, you see something, you're like, wait a minute, maybe this needs to go in front of the full committee, depending on where it is. I always have this saying that all politics are local until they're not, because sometimes there may be something that comes out in a specific area that may affect other areas, and you're like, no, this is going to have to go in front of the full committee. So anyway, I don't think it's always people just ignoring it. Sometimes I think they get into a situation where they're not sure exactly what to do, but I understand why. I understand what Christy and them are saying. I get that. So.
I can give you the number and the meeting number.
Anybody else anything else on the motions?
No. There's something. Okay, I can take it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
side note, Tanya, I think Tanya's talking, like, we need to remind them to mute
Yeah,
herself.
that's a mute, I was just gonna do that.
Before she says something embarrassing.
Let her say something embarrassing.
Yeah.
You're making fun.
You guys didn't like it last time the consultant said something embarrassing.
Yeah, it's very
We would.
eye-opening. It can be very eye-opening.
If nothing else on motions, we'll move to the
Was
next.
there one missing now? It
Oh,
seems
was
like there was the first motion, and maybe I'm wrong. What was the first one passed,
So the first motion was.
not the minutes, but the first,
The minutes, and then it was the waivers,
it seemed like there was
and then there
one.
was move forward with OU, we adopted that. I don't think we missed one.
How many were there in total?
I could have sworn that I saw one in the minutes.
Oh, 12, I believe.
That was,
224.
I'm gonna
That's
mute.
fine.
That's Lynn, yeah.
So-
Lynn, you're not muted.
Lynn Hustwick?
Yes,
So, Annette,
yes.
to your point, I went by the motion sheet and I didn't double
Yeah.
check that all the motions were in the motion sheet, so you might be
Yeah,
right.
I could have sworn I saw one that I said, I don't think that was in the motion sheet, and it was a fairly, which, well, I'll look at it here and we'll make sure we come back and
Okay.
hit it. I don't want to take up meeting time trying to.
Because I was the one doing the motion sheet. I went through the report.
But it's important, if we have one missing, we need to fix it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll double check that, when we have a break or something, and
Okay.
if Mr. Chair will allow us to come back to it later.
Yes, we will come back to
Okay.
it. We need to
Yes.
come back to it.
Okay.
Is that the one? Did you find it? What does it say?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think one that was missed was John Giorgio moved that the local selection panels will work with consultants to identify future growth opportunities in private sector businesses in each area.
That was it, yes.
Oh, my goodness.
It's okay, Chris, it's a mistake.
We're all human.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Bureau adopts that recommendation. I don't know how we memorialize that. Do we put that in these minutes, and just say that this was missed? Is that how you want to handle it, or do you want us to correct the other motion sheet and resend it?
I can correct it.
We can send it.
I can always correct it.
Okay.
Yeah, we
All
can
right.
send it correct.
Oh, yeah?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Garrett.
is our meeting currently being recorded?
It is.
The
Secretary.
secretary's recording it?
Yes.
Okay. Is the secretary now responsible for putting it on YouTube as it has traditionally been in recent history, or is that something that's going to have to fall by the wayside?
Typically, what I've been doing is sending the recordings to Tom Neal, and he puts it on YouTube.
Okay.
So, and I don't know if Tom wishes to continue that or not.
No, he does.
But, okay,
Yes.
all right. So,
And if, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if at some point Tom decides not to do it, can we make that a part of the secretary's responsibility?
I don't see why not.
To see that the recording gets uploaded on the YouTube website, the YouTube page that was created for that purpose?
I think we could.
Could?
Okay,
I see.
all right,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
just for the notes, Dave Bergassa has since arrived, and so has Johnny Mack.
Okay.
Johnny who?
John-
Oh, Johnny Madhorn. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm surprised you got time to be here, man. You're running half the stage.
Only a third.
All right, so the next item on the agenda is public comment. I do want to make a couple public comments. The first thing I want to say is, on behalf of the committee, I want to extend a thanks to Tom Neal. Since March or April of 2020, Tom Neal, when we needed to meet virtually, at his expense, provided a way for this committee to meet, provided a way for work group chairs and to function, and any other meetings we need to have through Green Central. And he did it for a long time. He just recently decided, that he wasn't able to do that anymore. But I wanted to say thank you on behalf of this committee to him for the time, energy, and effort that was put into that, and we really appreciate it. The other thank you is to Chris Saban for providing a way for us to be able to stream this meeting today with very last minute notice. It's going to be like early this week. So, but he was able to make it happen and get us access to his, provide us access to his Zoom platform. So thank you to Chris Saban, our secretary. And that's the reason everybody who's on the phone is able to listen in and participate today. So those are the couple things that I had. Does anyone else have public comment? John, the Acton Georgia.
I'm concerned with what's happening with Schaefer again because their person who was doing their scheduling, the equipment was let go, and their wait time has become bad again.
Okay.
I put a service call on Monday, I haven't heard anything from it yet,
Right.
and that's against our contract.
Could you repeat that, please?
The person who did the service calls scheduling for Schaefer doesn't work there anymore. And so service calls are not being scheduled, and they're breaching their contract because of that. Because they have like, I think it's 72 hours. And I know I put one in like 8 o'clock on Monday morning, she put it in, and I still have not heard about when it's going to get done.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Delana, who was the service manager at Schaefer, did leave, it was last Friday, was her last day. We got notice of it that day, that it was her last day. And we're reassured that they are hiring or have some candidates to hire for that position. In the meantime, James at Schaefer is working to schedule the service calls. If you are having any issues, please let your consultant know so we can know to work with Schaefer to make sure things are getting done.
She's aware.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only other thing I will add to what John said is I had a call from Cincinnati operator a couple weeks ago who said, has anybody said anything about the service that Schaefer provides? And I said, well, what are you talking about? And I guess his point was they come and work on stuff, but nothing really gets fixed. So I'm just putting it out there that was feedback from somebody, the feedback I received from a Cincinnati operator, just so we're all aware of that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like the committee to welcome Yvette Shackelford, the alternate representative for Zanesville, and applaud her for showing up as an alternate.
Oh, thank you.
It is a practice that more
Hello, everyone.
should take up.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Are you?
Larry's the rep on the alternate.
Oh, you're the alternate now?
I'm the alternate in Akron.
Starting in July or starting now?
Months ago.
Has
Yeah.
been.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I applaud John as well then.
Anyway, no, we thank everybody for showing up. We need everybody's participation on the committee. It is appreciated.
Oh, Dave Burgess has joined us too. He's an alternate.
Back to
Yeah.
the Schaefer
Yeah.
discussion. We were going to do another meeting with Schaefer, with the bureau staff, Schaefer, you and I were on there before, and we had tabled that because Schaefer was putting a new system into implementation at the last meeting. So I'm wondering though, that's been now a couple months ago, and I know they're getting this new person coming in, if we should consider getting that meeting back up. And
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Would you guys like to wait until the new person is hired and meet with
yeah,
whoever? Okay.
Yeah.
As soon as we know that, we will reach out to Chuck and you guys and try to get something set up so maybe we can get off on the right foot with this person and kind of get things how we want instead of just winging it.
yep.
Train them right out of the gate. Okay. Anything else on public comment? Anyone else with public comment? All right. The next item I have on the agenda, I believe Derek Newfarth asked for this, and that is the DSCC discussion, and I'm not sure exactly what's happening there, but I'm sure Derek will get us up to speed.
What is happening there?
I don't know, you asked me to put it on the agenda.
We're too busy.
No, I mean, I said that in passing, and I'm glad it's there, because I did want to make the committee aware that every piece of business out there is now being temped, and there's a new piece of business that came online, the micro market in Building 20 out there. And at some point, after we get all the sales data from these temps and everything, we're going to have some big and difficult decisions to make about how to parcel it all out and how many jobs it'll be and all of that. And it's actually looking promising. But I just wanted to make the committee aware that there will eventually need to be some decisions made about the opportunities out there. And I am pleased to say that it's looking better than, I mean, Wright State, for example, has pretty much been decimated, whereas DSCC got hit, but not to the degree that it had here. So that's all very positive news.
Right. So you meant to say Wright Patterson instead of.
Yeah.
Huh?
You said Red State.
Yeah, you said
Well, that's a Freudian slip. I wish we had Wright
Yeah.
We'll be working on it. All right. Is that,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, John?
I just want to say, I think there's a decent job that we're going to have 3 operators on the base eventually.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, that's good, because I was really worried that we were gonna end up losing 2 jobs out there, and we may just lose 1, and, you know, a couple of the ones we were losing were back in the day, as Yvette can attest to, pretty good jobs.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
So
indeed.
I'm glad that there's definitely some signs of promise out there.
Mr. Chick,
Yes.
I would like to give a shout out. Gentleman that took over the Starbucks, Trenton Tribble, new operator. He had an awesome first month out there.
Great.
Ronnie did her month with him and just cut him loose and he's flying.
That's great.
Sorry.
Awesome.
And that was the other first year first.
Mr. Chairman, he's fantastic. He's not afraid to ask for help or ask questions and get advice and stuff like that. So,
He's very hands-on, which is really what you needed out there. He's good.
very much.
All right. Anything else with DSCC? All right. The next item, I believe John Giorgio asked for, if I can say his last name. Sorry, John. But anyway, that was, he wanted to talk about the Rhodes office tower situation, so I'll turn it over to John.
I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that that posted and no one bid on it. I'm leaning towards having, and I've talked to Mark about this as well, to reposting it. I have talked to one operator who is going to consider bidding on it this time. I really don't want to lose another job downtown in Columbus as well, so I just want to make sure, you guys, everyone was aware. Especially, I'm happy that someone's going to look at post bidding on it this time.
I have no issue running it while it's being decided. But if it doesn't get a bid this time, then I would need it broke up into site attachments or something like that.
That's what I was.
Mr. Chair?
I'm supposed to get the other half of Athens in the summer, and at that point, Columbus will be too much.
Mr. Chair, I think what John means to say is he wouldn't be interested in tempting that facility any longer, not that he needs it to be broken up into site attachments.
Well,
Oh, no, I mean, if nobody bids again, I don't know what else we could do with it.
Well,
Mr. Chair?
There are 5 pieces, and I'm sure people in Columbus would
Somebody's
like to
gonna-
add to their location.
Somebody's going to apply for it, Annette.
Yeah, eventually someone's gonna apply for it. I will lay on the floor kicking and screaming if we try to throw this job as side attachments on a permanent basis.
March sales were
we will-
15,500.
Yeah, we will find another temp, even if we have to find multiple temps for a time being. This job should not be broke up and put into side attachments. It needs to stay intact. Put it out for bid. If no one bids this time, then 6 months down the road, we'll put it out for bid again. You know, we'll find someone to run it. We cannot lose another job and just add this to other people.
Somebody will. Yeah, John.
I'm kind of concerned that there's no one really on the bench to bid on stuff like that, and the people that are out there, the expectation they have is that they're just gonna find something that's all in one building, and they don't have the understanding or the expectation that they need to be able to have a car and drive an employee to run most of these facilities at this point. And that expectation needs to be put to them right from the beginning.
Mr. Chair.
Garrett.
I agree with John's assessment, but I would add there's a multiplicity of other reasons why
I agree with that.
this is symptomatic of big problems that we have in the program right now. It is, I mean, we were just told that sales of that facility were $15,000 for a month. That's a good job.
All within 4 miles, every loading docks, no hills, very easy.
You gotta ask, you broke into my.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you gotta ask them. But anyway, I think we need to, it would be wise for this committee to maybe start taking a look at some of the reasons why it is that a good job like that can go out and not get any bids. And one of my understandings in this case is that there was a rumor mill, pressing people to believe that if somebody does take over the cafeteria, that building, it'll wreck the vending business and all of that. There may be a slight effect, but it's not demonstrable without demonstrating it. Which is one of the reasons we need to tempt this thing through all of this, if nobody bids on it, so that we can understand what the effects really will be. But more importantly, we really got to figure out why we have people on the bench that aren't bidding for good jobs.
John. There's really no one on the bench to bid on it for one thing. I personally would have bid on it if I wasn't temping so much.
I think there's a couple, Mr. Chair, I think there's a couple of people on the phone right now that are out of training that don't have positions currently.
Mr. Chair?
Johnny Mack.
My personal opinion on the effect that the cafeteria will have, 2/3 of the business is actually after 5 p.m. There are maybe 100 janitors, custodians that work in the evening till from 5 to midnight. They're all special needs. They all come from one agency, and they use the vending machines profusely. You are in the basement, so really for the office workers, it's only the ones that park in the Capitol garage and walk by those machines. Otherwise, during the day, they have Les's machines up on the 29th floor and his store on the 18th floor. So anybody above about the 6th floor, it's a lot easier to go to Les than to come all the way down to the basement. So the cafeteria will probably affect about 1/3 of the business during the day. It may have a positive effect that it gives people a reason to come back down to the basement, that we find out overall.
Just for my information, who's that speaking?
John McNamara.
Oh, John McNamara, okay.
Mr. Chair, Chris, were you able to get everybody that walked in after?
Yeah, I was, yes.
Okay.
John McNamara and Courtney, and John McNamara and Yvette Shackelford.
And David Gaza?
And David Bergassi, yes.
Anything else on the roads office?
Oh, Mr. Chair, so is the cafeteria going to close at some point?
It is
Yvette
gone
Shackelford.
Okay.
and gone. Another outside agency is going to open food service there.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Wait a second.
yeah, I was kind of, I'm not up to speed on what, did we waive somebody else? So did we waive it so somebody else could go in there and open something else?
Yes.
Why would we waive that?
Mr. Chair, can I answer that?
Yes, John.
The building population doesn't justify it.
Say again, I couldn't hear you.
The building population doesn't justify it.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't know if I need to speak up again, but so are we gonna receive some type of commission or something from somebody else running a location like that should be ours?
We, Mr. Chair,
John?
we feel that whoever's going to be there, take it, if no one actually takes it, which I was going to ask John if he knew anything about that yet. It's probably not going to stay long because they're not going to make any money there.
Mr. Chair.
John McNamara.
They are prepping it. It does look like somebody's going to be moving in there. They have cleaned out the original big stock room I had. They have that completely cleaned out, like they haven't had it cleaned out in years. I was speaking since December of reopening the food service as in a scaled down version with 3 employees instead of 6 to judge what the business would have been. But the building basically came to us 6 to 8 weeks ago and told us to simply remove all our equipment, that they were bringing in another food service. And the state said yes, and there was no further discussion that I was aware of.
Mr. Chair, is that how that process is supposed to work? Is that before or after?
Dave, it went before the local celebrity.
Mr. Chair, I discussed this with people and I was aware. I was not aware that he was wanting to open it because no one told me that. He never told me that either. If I'd known that, I might have made a different decision.
Mr. Chair?
Wait a second, John.
We waited, based on the information I had, we waited for that reason. I thought, I think based on the information I had, I made the right decision. And I'm going to stop there before I give a second.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Couple
Wait a
things.
second. One second.
I'm sorry.
John McNamara, did you have something?
Yeah, I mean, I was not asked. I discussed this with Sally, I discussed it with Scott from December on. We were actually picking around March because of the new food service license and the food service air license being around $800. So there was discussion, but I received no phone calls, and as the operator, I should have been asked, I guess.
Annette.
Well, a couple things, and I don't doubt that someone should have been asked, but John is the temp there. So to just say we're gonna reopen and all that, that probably would have been as good of an idea as we're all might be thinking of it, because he's the temp operator. He may have been permanent back then, but right now he is temp. And has said that he wants to leave, so I don't know if we should have jumped right in to reopen it. And second of all, I would like to know, has the Bureau heard anything about the proposed contract with the new people who's going in there? Because there's been a little talk, and this has actually come from a Bureau person, that the state of Ohio is subsidizing this new entity. Now, if that's not true, then great. If that is true, that does shed a whole other light on things, because if it is a subsidized location, then that makes it a little more likely that our people could be successful there.
Mr. Chair, the latest I heard is that they don't have anyone in there yet. They don't. And if they do, I am totally unaware of it. And I absolutely have not heard anything about subsidizing it.
Okay.
Again, how money and how people are allowed to spend money, I don't see where that would be allowed. We can follow up on it, but no, I've not heard anything about being subsidized. I don't know how they could pay for that.
Mr. Chair?
Hang on just a second, Derek, because I let Christie, John McNamara, did you have?
Well, yeah, I want to make a few points. First off, as Annette did mention, in December, I was not the permanent operator, or I was the permanent operator. I was the permanent operator up to the end of February. And as I just said, when Athens becomes the full campus, AVI's contract runs out June 3rd. greatly doubt I will be turned over the machines July 1st. I'm still waiting for machines to be turned over from Mansfield for 2 years. I just stated at the time that Athens becomes full, then Columbus will be too much. But that's about the biggest point I wanted to make.
All right, Gary.
I just wanted to ask, was there an RFP put out for this space in the Rhodes Tower? I mean, there would have to be, right?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm unaware of an RFP going out. I don't know.
Well, that's concerning. Can we find out if there is one? Because, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, it seems like there would have to be an RFP for that space to be occupied by anybody, wouldn't it? I mean, it's not like the building manager can just decide he wants his brother-in-law to come run the place, right? I mean, that's an exaggeration, but doesn't that require an RFP?
Mr. Chair, I would assume it does. Again, we could look into that, the RFP. We are unaware of any sort of subsidies, but they did come to us and we did waive it after talking to the local committee, and that's in writing. So, you know, unless there's some, you know, change that we were unaware of like the subsidizing, I don't know what we can do at this point.
They're subsidizing, there's a lot of things. That's the law being broken. Not in regards to us, but I mean in general, that's probably the law being broken, wouldn't it be?
Mr. Chair.
And where did this come from? Where did this, is this a rumor? Is this, I mean, does somebody have some evidence about it?
Mr. Chair, I have no, because I know when brought it up, I have no evidence. I know it came from somebody who works with the Bureau as a speculation. That's all I'll say.
Mr. Chair, the area manager has not heard that at all. So if that is one of our staff making up rumors, that's another issue that I'm not happy about right now. That I will fully investigate, because it's not, I mean, again, this is where narratives go that then the truth and the myth and the urban legend becomes mixed and it gets people upset. Like,
Well,
it's not helpful.
That's why nobody bid on the place.
I think
because
we
of
need
the rumor
to,
mill.
yeah, I think we need to find out what is true and what is not true. And what, and, you know, and if it is true, it's true, and, you know, then we deal with that if it is true, and deal with it however we need to deal with it. And then, and if it's not true, then we, you know, we make that clear to everybody and do whatever we need to do to, because I do believe that's a decent vending route there that somebody can make a really good living at. John Giorgio, I'm sorry, you asked before.
I just wanted to say, when I put in writing we should waive it, I also put in writing that we need to make sure that there's a low compete clause in their contract so that they don't sell anything that we sell.
100% agree.
And Sally agreed to that.
Well, and Mr. Chair, like
Okay.
to what Derek said, and everybody else seems to agree, if there would have had to have been an RFP and nobody's seen it to date, that definitely needs to be followed up on, certainly as well as the subsidy rumor.
Well, I think Christie has said they're going to do that, so they do need to check on both of those. And
What happens if there's no RFP?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
John,
You know, based on the information I had, and I did talk to other, because I didn't take this lightly, obviously, and I did talk to other people who are familiar with the facility, be they on the committee or not. I feel like we made the right decision based on what we had at the time. And I don't know what else to say, but obviously, and I don't know that having an RFP would make a difference in that decision, because, you know, we knew what they wanted, and, you know, we felt that was not a good idea.
Mr. Chair.
Derek and John.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, if there's no RFP, it's not a problem if nobody's being moved into the space. But if there is no RFP and there's somebody being moved into the space, then there is an issue, which could lead to other issues. You know, maybe there is something substantial to the rumor, which I doubt, by the way. That seems too shady even for government. But, I mean, and Dave has a brought up an issue that I think is one the committee at some point needs to deal with. And that's, what do we do with these kinds of places, cafeterias and other types of open food and different types of facilities? I have strong opinions about it one way or the other, and I think Dave probably has strong opinions about it one way or the other too. At some point, we do have to discuss this, and I think also at some point, we need to discuss whether we want a local committee making such decisions. I think sometimes it's okay that the local committee, or the selection panel makes a decision about certain kinds of business, but I don't think that that should always be the case for all types of business. And certainly full-service cafeterias are one that should involve more people than just the selection panel. I mean, we're not talking about a combi machine in the basement of some building, in some obscure state agency or something. We're talking about a Rhodes Tower. And I'm not suggesting anything was done wrong here. I'm just suggesting that maybe we want to have some agreed upon standards moving forward for all this kind of stuff. And we need to have, in general, a plan for how we should address these issues. Do we want to continue to be in the open food business or don't we?
Okay. John McNamara.
One other fact to consider with the roads, for the last 2 years, I've actually approached and had the food company come in there. They're in there 2 days a week, and I get 2% of their sales. The reason, and I have been watching those sales for 2 years, and the reason I even considered opening in December, they're doing $700 to $1,000 lunches 2 days a week. So I don't know with the regards to the RPF thing, if they're making that space. Right now, food is set up just outside the cafeteria. And they've been there for 2 years, agreeing to pay us, and I get 2% of their sales, so it's like $130 a month with them there 10 days, between 8 and 10 days a month. They may be redoing that space to allow them to work full, 5 days a week out of that space. Would that be considered an already established business?
Mr. Chair, sounds like somebody's got some research to do.
Mr. Chair?
John. Yeah.
The only thing food does is bring stuff in from other places. They don't cook their own food, so, but, the Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the busiest days of the office buildings downtown, from my experience. If that's what they're making on those 2 days, I stand by my decision.
Yeah, and to John McNamara's point, John, I believe, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, the contract is probably between you and FUDA, so if you leave there, then it's going to be up to, whoever the new operator would be.
Mr. Chair, we've already waived the cafeteria, correct? It's in place, the waiver is.
Yeah.
And John is still doing FUDA as part of the vending operation there, correct?
Yeah.
So there's no reason why another operator, whoever takes over that vending, if they so chose, could have FUDA come in even if someone else is there running it and
Mr. Chair.
help run them out.
But I'm concerned that hearing this, that there was business being conducted underneath, well, not underneath the nose of an operator because they knew about it, but how the hell did the program not know about it? How the hell did somebody else establish doing vending in a building where we were already doing sales?
Who?
Huh?
No one did that.
Doesn't help.
No, they're doing open food, Garrett.
No, who's paying John, who was paying John 2% of their business?
They're
that they're
an
doing?
open food business.
Mr. Chair?
Huh?
Food.
Mr. Chair?
What does that mean? I'm in.
What is, just for my, that's what I was just,
Selling food for profit in the
Yeah,
building?
I would like to just tell you what it is.
Hang on, everybody. So, yeah, Derek, food is an open food business, and they'll go into like where, well, sometimes they'll even do it if cafeterias are there, but I mean, they wanted to do it, or I think a Granner down in Cincinnati several years ago wanted to do it at the federal building, but the operator down there did not want it. I mean, because he was open at the time. This was pre-pandemic, so.
Okay, so they contracted directly with you initially to
Right.
say, can we come in and use your space? Okay, gotcha.
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
and John B.
Okay, so to make it more extensive, Huda basically buys stuff from a restaurant, like Chick-fil-A or Subway or what have you, and brings it in and sells it. So whatever they bring in is what they sell, and that's how they function.
Mr. Chair, it's a pop-up restaurant, and Randolph Shepherd's been partnering with them in other states. And again, it's my understanding, like, one day it's Chick-fil-A, and another day it's like a
Oriental
Mexican,
dishes.
or, and they come, they have X amount of sandwiches, they pop up, people have an app, and again, it's like 2 days a week, maybe 3, and it's from like 11 to 1, and that's it. And when they sell out, they sell out. They don't cook anything on site, they give a percentage to the operator, and, you
Mr.
know.
Chair, just a quick question. I mean, and Chris maybe didn't mean to say this, but you said is partnering with Randolph Shepherd. There's a difference between partnering with Randolph Shepherd and partnering with an operator within Randolph Shepherd. Did you meant?
So they've had partners both ways.
Both ways,
Both
okay.
ways.
But in
So-
this case, it's not with us.
No, it's with the
operator. Okay,
individual
yeah,
operator.
Because that's different.
If there's an operator that's present there, that operator can
I can do
subcontract
that,
and get
yeah.
the percentage.
But
If
we
there's
didn't do
no
that.
operator,
Yeah, yeah.
then it becomes service charge for everyone to split.
Yeah, yeah.
And Mr. Chair,
Hang on just a second, Dave. Annette, did you have?
I did.
No, I,
Okay.
I know John was in there first.
John McNamara.
Well, just to finish, they bring 2 really big tables with like 16 tables. And their lunches are $15 to $20. There's nothing cheap. That's about it. They don't compete with the vending in any way. They don't do drinks.
Oh, no, I don't have a problem with the operator. I don't have a problem with an operator doing anything like that. I would have a problem with the Bureau doing something like that without involving the committee.
Yeah.
And
But
that's what I was
it's not
concerned
like
about.
burger and fries. It's
It
high end.
doesn't matter what it is. I just want to make sure that it was done properly. And it sounds like it was.
John Giorgio, did you have
No,
something?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
Your brother? Or
Dave, yeah, Dave, I'm sorry.
It sounds like, based on what Johnny Mac was saying, what was it, between 700 and 1,000?
Yeah, for like
Per
3
day.
hours.
It
For
sounds-
just the lunch.
It sounds like there was some business still there, though. I don't know why we would waive it compared to just continuing with that for as long as it would last.
Mr. Chair.
John Giorgio.
So the 2 busiest days in most of the office buildings are Tuesday and Wednesday. Fridays, business is basically almost non-existent. Mondays, a little bit better, and Thursdays a little bit better. So if that's all they're making on the 2 busiest days, that's why we waived it. That's not a lot of money when you have to
It
employ,
was Tuesday, Thursday.
that's not a lot of money when you have to employ people and have to buy the product. You're not gonna make any money. Based on that income.
But John wasn't employing anyone. He was contracted with Food.
But he's making $130 a month.
Yeah.
That's not money. It was just being done as a service to the business, to the building. Food, we don't make money on food. Food is, it's just a convenience thing, basically. That's all it is.
Mr. Chair,
John McNamara.
I don't want to beat this to death and argue with you, but it would have made money. It would have made at least $1,000 a day, 3 employees, $600 a week each, is $1,800. You're gonna make $5,000 a week gross, $2,500 cost of goods, minus the employee, operators making $700 a week. There was profit. When you include the vending, the operator's now making $1,700 a week.
Mr. Chair, I don't agree with that at all.
I was making that before I shut down. I made that there.
Well,
I stand by my decision, so.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think what Derek was saying before about, in certain cases, and maybe this one is a perfect example, a waiver decision like this probably needs to be more committee-based. There's going to be a line between people who agree with it being waived and those who don't, for sure.
well, as it stands right now, it's a decision by the local selection panel. And that's where it goes. That's following how it's laid out in the rules, and that's that's the procedure at this time. And that's where it is. So,
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
I do want to state, I agree with the decision. I don't think we should have open food in that particular building. But I do stand by what I said about we need to have better ways of determining whether that's the case or not.
Mr. Chair,
Annette.
I'm just going to throw into that, I think the correct decision was made to waive it too, because John's right, and he probably could have done that. I don't dispute what the numbers John Mack, that he's throwing out there, but more than likely, when this thing came out for bid, if that cafeteria was still open, I mean, we didn't get a bidder on it when it's just vending. I don't know if we would have got a bidder on it. And John has been in the program a very long time, a very experienced open food operator. Someone brand new coming in probably wouldn't have pulled the same numbers that John would do.
Mr. Chairman, and this is why I think it's important we have this open food discussion. The program can't afford it any longer. We've got to be cognizant of every dime that we've got, and cafeterias are wildly expensive. And I'm not talking about what the operators can make. I'm talking about what it costs the program to create that opportunity. We can use that money much better to create more opportunities than just the one in an open food in a cafeteria environment. We can't afford it anymore. We don't have enough revenue to be able to sustain any significant number of cafeterias across the state.
Mr. Chair,
Christie.
you know, to add to Derek's thing, we talked to GSA, the regional person from GSA last month. They have 8 cafeterias in the Great Lakes area. All of them are operating in the red. The other thing, and I think this is a bigger discussion that we all have to have a serious conversation with too, is if we are going to invest in cafeterias, do we have the people that want to run? Yes, Johnny Mack, you're a go-getter, you like cafeteria open food. You know, I think that's a bigger discussion. And maybe, you know, that people coming in the door, like, does people want to move, you know, run the open food? Because we need bodies too that are willing and able if we're going to go down that path.
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't think anybody is suggesting here or arguing to dump unprecedented amounts of money into cafeterias. It sounds like from the numbers John was talking about, though, some type of scaled back operation. I heard something about a coffee shop or something that might have been going in there. And a cafeteria might not even be practical anymore, just because after the pandemic and building populations are down. But something scaled back and down like a coffee shop, I can't imagine how that could lose money.
Mr. Chair, and I mean, that's a good point, except that to have converted that to a coffee shop would have cost a lot of money. And I'm not convinced that.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, hang on, John.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to do exactly what I had at Red Patterson, the Starbucks. We already had all brand new equipment that I had installed in 2019 that I used for 10 weeks. It was all there. The Coke machine would have had to have its lines cleaned, but that would have been done by the Coca-Cola company. We had a grill, we had steam tables. I was going to discontinue the deep fryer. There's like 6, 7 freezers. 5 of them were broke. I was just going to remove those and use the 2 that weren't. All the equipment was there. There was nothing that would have had to been bought to run a Starbucks and the sandwich shop out of there doing breakfast. I was considering breakfast all day, serving Starbucks, is what I was thinking of running. And all the equipment was there. Nothing would have been bought.
Okay, thanks, John. I'm gonna, unless there's something else urgent with this that we still need to talk about, I'm not sure that we do. But I wanted, John Giorgio asked for this to be on the agenda. He wanted to talk to the full committee about it. And I think we did need to talk about it. And I think, you know, John John Giacchigiorgio and the local rep, and I'm sure John will share with the alternate in Columbus the feedback that was received and what he heard today. And Annette.
Just to follow up too, that we, for John and to get that information that the Bureau promised to try and find, you know, any RFPs, any notices of who's going in, what's happening with that. Not only so that we know that something's not going on that we could have done, you know, that what they've said they wanted from us and what they're saying they want from someone else are two entirely different things. We want to make sure of that. And that John, as the rep for the area, needs to know the impact it could have on our two vendors that'll be in the building, so.
This is true.
John.
I've already had a discussion with the alternate, and he agrees that we should repost it. So I've already, in fact, I just now asked Sally to repost it.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to move to the next agenda item. The next one is the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base illegal competition update and discussion. And I don't know if Keith or Derek or both of them want to start this. I know Derek had mentioned an issue going on at the base that he was aware of, and I'm sure Keith is aware of too. And I believe it had to do with even after our program filed for federal arbitration, that AFIs or ALFIs, whatever they're called, went into, Derek, do I have this correct, a security building?
Yeah, there was equipment added by ACs in the security forces building, which is most of the other places they put stuff aren't significant, but that's a significant place, and it's, you know, becoming more and more problematic. And I understand the Bureau has actually filed federal arbitration. We read it, and that's great. I'm thrilled that they've done that. But the one question I would ask is there any mechanism for going directly after AFIs for the behavior? I mean, that would have been my only question, and I thought it was worth discussion today. And there may not be, but if there is, I mean, we should hit this from every direction that we that's available to us. It's just a question.
Mr. Chair, to my understanding, ATs is a whole nother animal, separate from the Air Force Base itself. And they have been fighting not just here, but other places with ATs. And it's like, we're going to arbitration, but all those steps have been taken and no results have been come of that. So it's like two different parts of the Air Force, and nobody's listening to nobody. And nobody has authority over nobody. And it's crazy. It's crazy to me. So
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to ask a question.
Okay.
Christy. That is, and I don't know if the Bureau or if Dimitri Johnson or somebody could chime in here, because when I was talking to Derek about this, my initial reaction with AFIs or ALFIs, whatever they're called, continuing to operate like this even after we filed for arbitration, I guess from what popped into my mind from a legal perspective was, is there anything we can do legally to stop them while this is being litigated, whether that's some type of an injunction or, dare I say, going back to the previous motion, a cease and desist order, or some type of temporary a TRO or any of those, and I don't know if the Bureau or legal would be interested in that, but anyway, just throwing it out there.
We absolutely have some ideas. And
Okay.
so I'm going to give it over to Debbie for you guys to think over some options that we have. It's going to cost us some money, but we do have some options. And you know, to everything that Derek said and Keith said are correct. Like, there seems to be, you know, nationally, Terry Smith's we've been on the phone with him. This has been a national thing that, and even, you know, what's very frustrating too is that the people that we work with at the base, the squadron that we work on it, like, they're frustrated. They're like, you guys have the priority. We just don't, like, it's true. Like, no one has the authority to tell AFIs to knock it off. So
But there's also this huge thing and debate of, do we have, because we've got the agreement with the base, so you almost have to go up to the base to do something about APs. But with that said, Demi?
Mr. Chair, and for everyone who came in after I introduced myself, my name is Demi Johnson. I'm one of the assistant legal counsels at OOD. And so just to give some general updates back from what Derek's original query was, is yes, we have filed the arbitration, but since the last meeting, just as an FYI, RSA did reach out about asking about whether or not we wanted to enter into mediation. And so both parties did agree, so that's upcoming. But we also reached out, we made a query with the base to kind of get an agreement together that they would allow the operators to continue their businesses while all this is being litigated out. To date, they have not responded, and to everyone's point already, APHES is continuing to encroach on those businesses. So we have looked into retaining outside counsel to go ahead and consider the possibility of an injunction, to Frank's suggestion earlier, but because of the cost with private counsel, we kind of have to talk about it here today. And I don't know how the percentages or anything work with the money piece, we can talk about that later, but just in general, that injunction, we would try, we're going back and forth about whether or not, from a legal standpoint, it makes sense to name APHES because they're the property owner, or if we should just throw, or excuse me, not APHES, right past Air Force Base into the injunction, but also include APHES in that because they're kind of the bad doer. And a lot of times, maybe this is too into the weeds, but a lot of times they say, throw everybody who even possibly could be a defendant into your litigation because it's up to them to prove that they're not the right party. But, then that's something that it wouldn't get thrown out, in the court, the injunction piece of it. So anyway, we're tossing around a couple of ideas to take, but we want to take some immediate action. But obviously this particular piece of action involves money that would affect the program. So I would love to hear some feedback about your thoughts on that aspect of it.
Mr. Chair. Oh my goodness. I think I heard John Diacotordio first.
Two questions. One, and this is my naivety, why do you need to use outside counsel for that? And two, how much do you think it's going to cost?
Excellent question. So typically when an state agency, so let me just back up. So a lot of state agencies and other entities get assigned an OAG, an Ohio Assistant Attorney General, and they have varying levels of experience and things like that. This committee has an OAG, we have an OAG assigned to us, and they're the only people under the Ohio Constitution that can represent us as a state if we're filing something. So I can't go and file something, although that'd be lovely from an experience standpoint. But I say all that to say, our current AG does not have a lot of experience in this particular type of litigation. And so the outside counsel that we're considering going with for this injunction have extensive experience with litigation with military bases, things like that, and so the likelihood of success is more. Now the price, I don't have any quotes or estimates, I don't know what they're, and I can, follow up on that, but, typically when we've retained them in the past, my understanding is that we kind of just kind of do a retainer, $40,000 until that goes down. Then it's, okay, where's the case at? Do we need to keep going? And then another retainer type thing is usually how that goes. So, but I mean, to be honest, private counsel is going to be way more than my salary. I'll tell you that. The hourly rate is probably going to be a couple $100 or something like that. I'm exaggerating to make the point that they're expensive. I just can't tell you the exact hourly rate because I don't know it right now. But if you want that information, obviously, I can do some due diligence and send out some information. Because I think that that's an important thing. I don't know, and maybe Sally or Amy can talk about how that affects the budget, because honestly, numbers are not my forte. And so maybe that is what you really want to know, is what are the percentages and what is that dollar, do those dollars make sense?
So, Mr. Chair, like if it's 50,000, 21.3 would be $10,000 out of the cash balance.
Mr. Chair,
Gary?
so that's matchable
Yes,
for legal fees?
yes.
Okay, let me ask this question. If it's the Attorney General's responsibility to represent us, and they're unable to because they don't have an experienced attorney, why don't they foot the bill for getting somebody that can do the job? Since it's their responsibility to begin with and not ours. I mean, I understand we probably pay some money to the Ohio Attorney
We do.
General, for, but not what we're gonna pay private counsel.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Derek, that's an excellent point. So typically, you know, yes, I agree with you that in reality, or in a perfect world, it would be lovely to have like the most seasoned attorneys ever available to assign to us. We do pay a little bit of a sum to have a more experienced attorney than some of the other agencies who just get their attorney and they don't pay anything. But, you know, I'll use the analogy of like, if it's your own personal lawsuit, are you gonna kind of go with the public, if you're in jail, are you gonna go with, you know, your public defender, or are you gonna hire your own private counsel who's specialized in whatever specific thing that you had? Maybe that's a bad analogy, but my point is my point is, you know, an OAG is a great tool as an agency to get things filed, to get things going. They, you know, they represent us in everything. You've probably seen our OAG at some of your grievance hearings if you've ever filed. But, you know, her expertise is kind of in that arena, and in federal court or any sort of military thing, especially when it gets dicey and political. I mean, for my personal opinion, take it with a grain of salt, is I would hate to enter into a legal foray down the road that has significant precedent that could potentially negatively impact this program or nationwide on this issue. Because, you know, if a court here, you know, makes any kind of a decision on this issue and then there's all these AFI situations happening, I personally, and again, I'm not trying to sway anybody's opinions, but I personally would want an attorney who knows what they're doing, has experience doing this before and whatever, who's not gonna muck it up for everybody.
Derek?
I understand, but I'm not asking whether we needed an experienced attorney or not. I'm asking who should pay for it.
And that's, Mr. Chair,
Why-
that's an
I mean,
excellent question.
if the Attorney General's responsibility is to represent state agencies, why aren't they, and if they don't have the particular Assistant Attorney General that they assigned us isn't capable of doing the job, why isn't the Attorney General responsible for hiring somebody to do that and paying for it versus us?
Mr. Chair, I can answer that.
Okay.
It is our choice to do outside counsel. We can use our own AAG. We believe we have a better position using outside counsel.
And again,
The
Mr.
AG
Chair,
is not
I
gonna
understand.
pay.
I'm not asking whether we should use outside counsel.
Right.
I'm asking why should we pay for it versus the Attorney General?
Well, the
pay for it?
Attorney General's response to that is, don't use outside counsel, pay us and we'll do it. That's their response.
And you're,
That's
okay,
what their
I
response
understand. So now we're saying that
want
would
the
be
big
great,
guns.
if
Right.
but we think it's worth paying
Correct.
10 times as much money to get somebody experienced, otherwise it's gonna be wasted time anyway.
And again, I think right now, we're going the high end. We're going the high end if it's gonna cost 50,000 because we don't know where this is gonna go. You know, hopefully, you know, everyone gets at the table and this gets situated, but the injunction too, this is where I think it's very important.
Mr. Chair, is this just a representative to acquire an injunction, or will this also include the mediation?
Both.
And, okay, and so if the mediation fails and the injunction fails and we go ahead with the arbitration, this same person will say, okay, you're talking about an astronomical amount of money. I mean, we're not talking 5 figures, we're talking 6 figures if it goes all the way. We can't afford that, can we?
No.
Mr. Chair.
Not to prevent what's gonna happen. Wow, really?
Dimitri?
Easily 6 figures.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I imagine it will be pricey. And, you know, again, with the caveat that I'm not a numbers person, I'm just a legal person. So, again, I don't know how much it can cost. I don't know if we want to say, we would have to kind of go back and talk to the agency about, you know, what the budgets are looking like, what the pots of money are, and this and that, which obviously we didn't do before this meeting because this is all kind of coming to a T, but, you know, unfortunately, situations like this, time is of the essence in terms of, I would hate for next week them to kick those operators off. But again, you have to make an informed decision. So what we can do is, you know, look into pricing, or what, it can be one of those things where, again, you know, we can just do a contract for a certain amount with the outside counsel, and then once that's gone, we can look at where the case is and do we want to continue with them. That might be something for you all to consider to manage the money piece of this.
Mr. Chair?
Just a second.
Okay.
Annette.
Has there been, I mean, you hear news stories all the time where many states kind of get together, you know, say, you know, 20 attorneys general sued the government over this. Has there been any look at, because this is a national issue, this is not an Ohio issue. Ohio doesn't necessarily need to be the leader and the one flipping the bill for everything. Has there been any look at, and if there has, if it's impossible, it's impossible, but we can maybe try to put something together where other states can jump in on this, and maybe each state pony up a little bit of money to get that private counsel. Not all 50, there'll be many that will have zero interest in it, but even if there's half a dozen that can jump in together and help flip the bill for one suit against APHIS.
Mr. Chair, I can respond to that. So Terry Smith and that group is looking to
Yes.
sue APHIS. They are.
They are.
And we've had a conversation. The problem is that we have no control over that and when it's going to be filed. And right now, we've got operators that are they're being harmed right now. And so they might not file for another 6 months.
Probably not.
The other piece of this is, and again, to what Debbie was saying, anything over 50,000, we got to go to controlling board for. We have to. We want to file an injunction sooner rather than later. We need a decision. The other thing is that I know money is a concern right now. I get it. Even if you take $100,000, it would be $21,000. More will be coming out at statewide, but again, we are looking and we are asking the legislature right now for a one-time investment to replace equipment that will not then have to be taken out of our service charge. And so I think that we're going to have, it's not good, like our money situation isn't like it was a year ago or 2 years ago. Not that we have money coming out of the sky or, you know, but I'm just saying that it's not as dire as it was, and we do have this, you know, replacement equipment, one-time investment that we're getting that doesn't touch service charge at all. Now, that was my things that I wanted to say.
Hang on one second, everybody. I want to ask one question, and I think John P's next, and then I have Derek and Annette, I believe, and somebody across the table had asked too. Lisa. Who is going to represent us at federal arbitration? Do we know the answer to that? Or who is representing the program at federal arbitration is what I should say.
Whoever they hire.
Mr. Chair, you mean for the arbitration that was filed around the APHIS and Right Pat and all that?
Yeah.
It is an attorney, I can look that up. They are from, I think, Thompson Thornburg. I apologize, I don't have that off the top of my head. But, okay, yeah, Barnes and Thornburg is the law firm, and I believe the attorney's name is David, Paragas, Paragas. And so that at the point is that's the attorney who worked on that arbitration and what have you. Also I apologize for skipping everybody, but to answer Annette's original question too, Mr. Chair, yesterday I was on an attorney network, a CSVAR attorney network call, and I did, with an eye towards what Annette was talking about earlier, I did ask the other attorneys on that call that practice Randolph-Shepherd and have similar jobs to mine. And I said, hey, we're having this issue with APHIS. Is anyone else seeing this? Is anyone else, doing anything about it? And no one else had a situation, at least that they were willing to share, let me put that out, that had risen to the level of ours at this time. So, 2 months from now, could APHIS be doing their thing and expanding and encroaching on other businesses in other states? Sure, but at this time, the attorneys that I was speaking to yesterday, there's about 20 of them, so obviously not the entire country, but there's about 20 other attorneys on the call who said no, at this time we haven't seen that, so just FYI.
Yeah, Georgia.
So, question, and I'd like to put a motion up. Not a question, a comment. I think this is a huge situation because it's, whatever happens is going to be a potential huge precedent for the rest of the country. So I think we need to do this properly. And so because of that, I want to put a motion that we hire an outside agency hire a private counsel and give them authorization to spend up to $50,000 to work on this case.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I had a few people I didn't get to.
Yeah, me and Lisa.
Derek was
Yeah.
Derek
I had,
and Lisa.
I had Lisa Pageant and then Derek. So Lisa,
Except I'm gonna claim my right to go ahead.
you can go ahead. Derek. You can go ahead. You can go ahead. I was just trying to do it.
I mean,
order.
unless that was Dave and not Lisa, but if it's Lisa, I'm gonna.
It is Lisa.
Go ahead.
No, it's good, Derek. I was just trying to do it in order, but you're right.
Well, and I want to make this point sooner than later anyway. One big aspect of this that we're not discussing is this isn't just about APHIS. This is also about utility payments, correct?
Yes.
And that's why the real threat to the operators right now isn't that there's some competing vending machines in areas. It's that they're going to throw us off the base if we don't start paying utilities again, correct? Yeah, that's the bigger issue.
Mr. Chair, yes, to Derek's point, that is very much so an issue we need to keep an eye on. That's
That's why we're not worried about the operators because of the minuscule amount of competition that's being offered.
Right,
Although
the APHIS is secondary.
It's turning into a disease and it's going to go rampant
Yeah.
across the whole base.
It's
But
both.
The more
Both are-
immediate threat is they're going to throw us off the base if we don't agree to start paying utilities immediately.
Mr. Chair, yes, Derek hits it on the nose. Yeah, these are two very important, big issues that are kind of being combined in this ongoing thing. So thank you for pointing that out.
All right, Lisa.
Mine was just a simple
What?
question. And that was, is there any knowledge, maybe it's been mentioned before and I just missed it.
I'm sorry, I can't
But
hear.
is there any knowledge of
Because we
who
just
owns or operates APHIS?
Can you repeat your question, please?
Like I said, it may have been mentioned and I just missed it.
Who owns APHIS?
Yeah, who owns or operates APHIS?
So, Mr. Chair, APHIS is similar to the Coast Guard Exchange.
Oh, dear God.
good.
That's exactly, they're the Army's Air Force Exchange, or Coast Guard Exchange. They're out of Texas.
Okay.
And again, APHIS stands for Army Air Force Exchange Services.
Great.
Yeah, thank you for the
And-
question.
okay. And-
They're evil.
Very good.
We have
Mr. Chair?
all kinds of.
They're a mafia, so.
Okay, Chris Davis.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and who is Lisa? By the way,
Pageant.
Lisa Pageant, that's what I saw, okay.
All right. Now, we do have a motion on the floor, so I want to get back to that, but I was trying to get everybody in who had a question or a comment.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. Or
Okay,
question.
Dave Pageant.
Is that 50,000? How much is that going to affect us?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Amy.
if we did 50,000, the cash balance would be reduced by $10,000.
Because like Derek said, 50 is a drop in the bucket.
And Mr. Chair, in the budget reports I sent out right now, the matched cash balance is sitting at like $709,000. So it is in a little bit better shape than what we have been. Sorry, excuse me.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, well,
Go ahead, Annette.
I was just gonna say, Derry, and I'm real happy Derry brought up the utility, because we were all kind of focusing down the road one way, and I appreciate him doing that, because it makes it even more clear that I don't know how we can afford not to do it, because that is the critical part of this, the utilities, as far as Ohio goes.
All right, Garrett.
I don't know that putting a limit with our motion is appropriate on the amount. I don't know that it's necessary, and like was mentioned, that they'll have to go to the controlling board to spend more than that anyway. But I guarantee you, with all of the issues that are involved in this, it's going to be way more than $50,000. It'll be depending on how far it goes. I mean, if somehow they manage to get all of this settled in a couple of months, then no, it won't. But and that's not likely when you've got AFES and the base. The base is dug in their heels. They're done with it, clearly. And AFES are just animals. So my prediction is that this will run well over 100, probably over 200,000 if we do it. Right? And that's not, and I don't know if the controlling board will let us do it or not, but it's an astronomical amount of money. And John, can I say out loud what you just said to me?
Sure.
Is it true that we're still paying utilities on the base?
No.
Not
I
the
paid
Starbucks?
Starbucks paid $149 a month up till February when I had it.
No.
I've been paying that. It gets subtracted off. It was on the phone. It's on the electric phone system. It added it to my bill every single time. Should I get that back then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Derek.
Aren't you glad I said that?
Mr. Chair,
we're not- we
thank
haven't-
you for bringing that to our attention.
Is that a phone system error?
Yeah, we're not paying Right Pat. We've not paid Right Pat for that, so.
Yeah, in fact, they're sending us bills, so if you have any documentation of that and you're open to sharing that with us, that'd be helpful.
No,
It's just
they
the
wouldn't
BE
have the
phone
They wouldn't have it?
No,
Okay,
That
never
would
mind.
come on
You
our
guys.
end. Again, now I have a question on why my staff isn't reviewing the MOR.
I have a question about is the phone system working right?
Mr. Chair, let me look and see why it's coming up. We should be able to take care of that internally in our system. I will look into that right now.
Mr. Chair, obviously, also for others on the base, like Nicole, make sure that it's not charging,
Yes.
how much it's been charging, when it actually got turned off, when they were supposed to stop paying, and how much money we've got from these folks that we shouldn't have gotten.
Yeah, there was communication sent out to operators, was that last summer?
It was even before that. We'll find it.
But I'll find that and see.
Because I believe we sent the base a 30-day notice last April, May, that we were going to stop. They stated, oh, okay. They put a hold on, it, and then they came back, and there was all this back and forth. And then they're like, nope, you need to pay it. And we're like, we're not paying it. And we've stopped paying it. So we'll look at all of that, and we'll look at all the MORs. And yeah, if that's the case, we will give refunds because we will have collected that. So that doesn't make sense on the budget reports or anything. So we'll double check all of that and get back to you.
Cool.
That was big, I liked about that.
Yep.
Cool.
All right, motion.
Mr. Chair, I want an aside that this is all fascinating to me. You'll love this one. First of all, where's our attorney today? Our attorney should be present at every meeting. Second of all, if we're not sure that our appointed attorney general, associate attorney general can represent us, there is also an ability for us to hire outside counsel when necessary for things like the committee's grievance over lack of active participation, and when there's rules discussions going on, when we need somebody to help us out. So just for future reference, the committee needs to recognize that that's a distinct possibility that we may at some point want to take advantage of.
Absolutely. All right. Do we need more discussion on the motion?
Is that written well, or do we need to change it at all, or?
I think the only one I heard was a suggestion of Derek, maybe not putting a dollar amount on it, and I'm going to leave that up to the full committee. I don't think that's my decision to make. That's a full committee decision. So it's up to.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think keeping the dollar amount's fine because they gotta go to the controlling board anyway to ask for more, which means I'll have to come back to the committee to ask, because that's a major administrative decision, so we'd have to be involved in that. So I think doing the initial 50,000
That's why I did
thing
it.
is, I think it's.
That's why I did it. That's exactly why I put it in there on purpose.
All right. Anyone else with anything on the motion?
Mr. Chair, can we ask the Bureau for their input on that limit? Do you care one way or the other? Doesn't matter.
What does, Krista? Yeah, they're welcome to.
Mr. Chair, again, I think that that's fine right now. And again, even if we were to get into an agreement, because contracts have to be on the biennium, we're going to be back talking about this July anyway. So I think we're fine. And again, I appreciate, Derek, you mentioning that it's not just AFES, it's also the utilities. That's a very good point. And right now, I think we're just all focused on AFES and an injunction because it is a total disregard, and they are just continuing to put machines there.
And Mr. Chair, you're not just talking, the purpose of the injunction isn't just to get AFES to stop doing business while this goes through, but you're also going to be getting some action taken to stop them from throwing us off the base until we figure out utilities, correct? Okay, good.
Yeah.
So just, Mr. Chair, just for my clarification, can I include that as a motion as a friendly amendment from Derek?
No.
No? Okay.
That's not part of the motion. Yeah, and
just the base.
my
Or the-
initial thought when we filed for federal arbitration was that, that it would buy some time, maybe on the utilities and on AFES or ALFES, whatever they call it, or whatever you want to, however you pronounce it.
AFES.
AFES, when, that it might slow them down some too, that they would stop, but apparently not. So now we have two problems, and because I thought when the program filed for federal arbitration, they would at least take the road of, okay, we're not going to do anything until this is fully litigated, but apparently not. There has to be some intervention litigation in the meantime while, everybody waits on arbitration, so.
Mr. Chair, who wrote the arbitration request? Did in-house counsel or did the AG?
Mr. Chair, that was filed, the arbitration.
Yeah.
I believe, I didn't write it, but I reviewed it, but I think they did write that and then send it around to council to sign off on that it was okay. So I guess it was a collaborative.
Are we currently contracted with outside counsel?
For the arbitration that was filed, yeah.
Oh, we've already done this. So
Yeah, it's
So you
more-
don't need our motion to approve this. It's already done.
No, that was just for that
Oh.
that thing. It's
Okay.
I'm sorry, let me back up so I can fully answer Derek's question. So it was for that finite thing,
Yes.
but since they're involved with it, what the ask is, I guess to be more clear is, are you okay with us including this piece of it into that? From a money standpoint and what have you. I'm sorry, I didn't make that more clear. Because of the continuation of services, don't want different attorneys doing different things, but, it doesn't have to be that way, I guess, but, yeah, sorry, I must not have been very clear, so that's my fault. And, contracts can always be amended if we don't choose, if this committee, it sounds like you're already motioning, but if the committee down the road is like, no, then we would have to go back and consider as an agency, okay, what do we do now? So,
Well, Mr. Chair, I hope the committee would never take it upon themselves to say get rid of that council once they've got halfway through the process.
I've seen it all, so, you
Yeah,
know,
well, yeah,
stuff
yeah.
happens, you just gotta.
Stinking at it.
Well, I hope the committee recognizes then that this is in for a penny, in for a pound. And while I'm reluctant to vote, I'm tempted to vote no, but I'm reluctant to do so. This is far more complex than I think any of us realize. But it is important. It is exceedingly important. And more so the utilities thing than the APs thing.
All right. All right. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to call for the vote. John?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Garrett?
Yes.
And who is Dave Paget?
Yes.
And Keith?
Yes.
Sorry. And
John, yes.
And John? Okay. And I vote yes as well.
Yay, Cincinnati.
Yay, Cincinnati. So just for my clarification, this motion is specifically for AFES and not the utilities? Or
For spending the money.
just for spending the money.
Contract with private counsel to deal with the right path.
to deal with all Wright-Patterson related? Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
$50,000.
Yeah, actually, before we, Mr. Chair, before
Yes.
we move on, can we make sure that we have the motion as presented?
Good point.
I mean, I know we already voted, but we just want to make sure that what will end up being recorded is what we just voted on.
John?
He's recording it, so he can go back.
Yeah, I'm recording it, but what I'm hearing is, I just wanted to clarify that that we are allocating $50,000 for all Wright-Pat related.
No, what they're asking, Chris, is if you could play the,
When you go back and do it, listen to what I wrote as my motion and just use exactly what I wrote, what I said.
Okay. I don't think I can do that with this recording, but I can check. Let's see.
Not right now.
No, you don't have to do it now.
Oh, not right now. Okay. Oh, yes.
When you finalize the motion.
Oh, when I finalize the motions, absolutely, yes.
That's what I'm asking.
I thought that's what you were asking for me to play it back.
I thought that's what Derek did as well.
Well, I was, Mr. Chair, I was hoping that Chris could read back what he suspects the motion is, but if he clarifies it with the recording later, but we should make sure when we receive the motions that the proper motion is recorded.
Yeah, we will.
Oh, we will, exactly. I just wanted some clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Dave?
I apologize if this is an ignorant question, but Wright Pat we've had Wright Pat in arbitration before, correct?
Yeah.
Did we use specialized counsel for that then?
Probably. I honestly don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Chair, we did, Mike Rogers, they did have some sort of counsel on like a consultative basis and I think that, I don't know if that was the utilities or if that was the Troop Dining, the Lenny, when they had that other company from Maryland come in.
I feel like I've heard utilities mentioned before, but it very well could have been over the dining.
Because a few years back, we did have major issues with troop dining across the country, I think. It wasn't just us.
And Mr. Chair, and we're still investigating Johnny Mac on your utility thing. We've looked at the IVR stuff. They haven't charged you, but you've been writing it off.
I never knew it ended.
You're welcome.
I never knew it ended.
You're welcome, John. I mean, you're welcome, Christie.
I mean, we're still double checking, we're triple checking, so.
Oh, and it's
Because like, you just gave Amy Sager a heart attack, that something wasn't turned on properly, and that, we were gonna,
If I were you,
He was
John,
about to buy Mary's lunch earlier, now he's about to knock it on Monday.
Mr. Chair, I would like to say though, from checking, it was good that we did, because for some reason it turned back on for Trenton Triple, so thank you for bringing this up.
So we will fix that.
Yes.
And they'll expect a check next month.
Well,
That must have been, I've had a long
I
time.
was
so
gonna
thanks.
say, you went from being like best buddies.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think the reason I asked that was, I probably should have brought this up before, just to ask the question before the motion was voted on, but if outside counsel or specialized counsel was used in the past on a consultative basis, wouldn't we have went that would probably be a cheaper option than this one? I mean, it doesn't matter now. I mean, we already voted on the motion, and it might be the best way to go. I was just asking.
All right. The next item on the agenda is the draft ODOT Bureau Grantor Agreement. I don't know which one of us wants to.
I gotta get back. You don't. I don't know where to start. I'll be back in about an hour.
Do we have the most current iteration of that?
The last one I seen was from March 7th, I believe. I don't know if
There's
there's.
been changes since then. So do we have that?
That's true.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I have not sent the draft that you all saw back yet because you had indicated in some communication that Christy passed on to me that there were still some things that needed discussed. So what you have is the most recent, and I wanted to make sure when I sent it back, it had everything that everyone wanted to, all of the asks in it, so to speak. So you have the most current version, and then I was gonna wait, I guess, to fire it back to them until I heard everybody's thoughts.
And I want the full committee to participate in this discussion. I have just some things that I wrote down last night that came to my attention, and then I'm going to read them all, and then we can open this discussion up, and the full committee can take it, where it needs to go. So the one thing that Christy and I talked last week, we were talking about if we needed to meet this week or not. One of the things that she told me was that kind of concerned me, and I think concerned other committee members too, is that DDAs aren't subject to active participation. The other issue is an operator standpoint, and I've heard it, and Ned's heard it, I think a lot of us have heard it on the rest of the operator calls. Many operators continue to express concerns over section 6.1 through 6.3, and some operators see this as a way for our SLA to go around the local selection panel or even the full committee, thus depriving one of our vendors representation if they have a problem. 3.
Why don't we take them one at a time, Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Because I think that one we should, because I don't want something to get.
Okay, that's fine.
If you'll allow me, that one we are having some disconnect somewhere, because operators are reading that completely differently than the Bureau's reading it. And so I'm wondering if we should pull that section up, look at it, when we're all here together, because operators are seeing this as punitive and saying it's allowing ODOT to just throw someone out on a whim. The Bureau's saying it's there so that doesn't happen. So we're reading this at two different, I don't know if it's a wording issue, I don't know what's going on with this, but the people, us who are reading this are saying, this is punitive, this is gonna harm operators. The Bureau's saying, no, it's to protect operators. So I think we should actually read that section, see what it actually says when we're all sitting here together, and figure that out.
Mr. Chair, just give me one moment, I'll pull it up so I can look at it with everyone.
Is this the 16.3 thing?
The 6.3.
6.3.
6.3.
Yeah,
1 through
the-
6.3.
The pit stuff, basically.
And I mean, if I could ask Danny a question, sometimes in the actual contract, I think it says 16 ABC, but when we talk about it, we say .1, .2, .3. Am I missing something there?
Mr. Chair, I think the new DocX document is kind of weird. Like if you look at it on like a browser, it has completely different numbering. For me, than if I like download it into the actual Word app, and then it has the actual numbering that we're referencing, the 6.3. But I have seen it where it has different numbers and letters. So I think
Yeah, my version has letters where where other places I see it referred as numbers.
Oh, that's just.
The version I have is 6.3.
Yeah, my version is 6C.
Yeah, I think
that's
if you're
crazy.
looking at it in a certain way, and I have had it happen to me, I have to literally download it onto my desktop app to be able to have it read the right numbers, so that you're not alone in that. Mr. Chair, do you want me to read it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we read ABC or 1, 2, 3 and not just 3?
I'll try and make a differentiation, yes. So 6.1 or 6.A, depending on what version you're looking at, says, of course my mouth is dry as soon as I get started. One moment. Either party may terminate this agreement without cause by providing written notice 30 days before the desired termination date. Notwithstanding this provision, priority vending rights established by ORC Section 3304.33 and 3304.34 would continue to the extent rights are applicable. Do you want me to keep reading, or do you want to just talk about that one? Okay. 6.2 or 6.B, if either OOD/BSVI or ODOT does not meet a material obligation set forth herein, the non-breaching party shall provide the other party with a written notice to cure within 14 days of identification of said breach. If the breaching party does not correct the material breach within 30 days of the date of such notice is issued, the non-breaching party shall have the immediate right to terminate its obligations under this agreement without penalty. 6.3 or 6.C, if the breach is a result of a violation of Section 6.2 and the licensed blind operator's action or inaction places OOD/BSVI in jeopardy of losing the facility, this agreement by the vendors OOD/BSVI may immediately, there was a comma there. This agreement by the vendors OOD/BSVI may immediately suspend the licensed blind operator's bureau operator agreement and assign a temporary operator. Any breach of this agreement by the licensed blind operator may result in OOD/BSVI counseling the operator and/or implementing a performance improvement plan to remedy the breach. 6 point.
Okay, cool.
Stop.
We stop, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Did you want to talk about?
Hang on just a second.
Read.
John asked. John, yeah.
So 6.3 basically tells me that as long as the operator fixes the problem, there's not an issue. But if the operator refuses to fix the problem, then that becomes an issue. That's kind of on the operator to make sure they're doing the job properly in the first place, which it should be doing anyways.
Mr. Chair.
Gary.
And Mr. Chair,
Derek,
after
Derek.
Gary, of course.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I was second, I was just.
Yeah. So, First of all, I mean, what C there does is it reiterates our rules and for the benefit of ODOT in a way that's not necessary.
Right.
I mean, you've covered the reasons why the agreement can be terminated by both parties. And in B, you've determined that, you know, if you want to terminate the contract, you got to give a reason why, and then you've got 14 days to remedy that, and et cetera, et cetera. And then in C, all of a sudden, we jump into if a blind operator, and my first question about that is, why doesn't that also include the commercial vendor? Why does it have
Bureau
to?
staff.
Why does it have to? Well, no, I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
But what? Because you know, in our agreement, our bureau operator agreement says we have to follow our own rules, the administrative code, and it also says we have to abide by the grantor agreement. Why is 3 necessary? And if why, if you want to insist that that be there, do you not identify the rule, the administrative code, that allows BSVI to do that to an operator? I mean, you quoted that, you cited the law earlier, you know, that gives us priority. So in C, why don't you cite the administrative code that allows that to happen anyway? And why does it have to be in the BGA that you're allowed to do that? I mean, it doesn't make sense, and that's why we're questioning it in a major way, because it makes it feel like, for any reason, you can just, you can step outside of the administrative code and now terminate my agreement without due process from that's allowed and required by the administrative code. That's why we have a problem with it, because it feels like it gives too much power to the Bureau with or without ODOT's request to just make us go poof. Without addressing at all the administrative code that contains a process for how you deal with an operator that's outside of the bounds of their agreement and outside of the bounds of the rules of the administrative code.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Derek.
Well, Dave, you know.
Oh, sorry.
Unless you want to, you know.
Please go.
6.1 and 6.2, I rewrote those. I actually never really had a big issue with those. 6.3 stood out to me, or C, depending on the version, stood out to me right away, and I was loosely skimming the agreement, and I got to that one like right away. I don't believe that paragraph belongs in a Bureau grantor agreement. I think the whole idea, I don't believe an operator through action or inaction can put us in danger of losing a facility in a priority location, for one thing. But I think someone on the committee that has the ability to make motions should, if we don't just strike that paragraph entirely, it should just be changed to all operators will adhere to the rules governing our program. It's it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. But that paragraph as it stands, that's a danger to everybody. And it's open to interpretation depending on who's reading it. And it's going to cause problems if it's kept in there.
Dimitri, were you trying to respond to?
I mostly just wanted to summarize so I didn't lose what Derek said, but that's okay. Feel free, Dave or Derek, to jump in if I'm misstating. But what I'm understanding is how you read it, you would feel more comfortable with it, one, either being stricken, or two, being the language to be a little bit more clear that about what code section it's referencing or that the Bureau can't not follow the rules already laid out in the code for the program. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
What was the last phrase you used?
Basically making it more clear that the Bureau cannot just disregard the program rules because of this contract language. Is that kind of, and how that looks is, you know, and again, it's not my decision, but I'm happy to draw up some language that makes it more clear and includes the commercial vendors as well and not just the licensed land operator. I'm happy to try and spitball some language or, but I'm not a program person, I'm just legal, so I can workshop that with you here. I can draft something up and send it around. I mean, I don't know how you want to do that.
Mr. Chair, can I say something when she's done? I'm sorry.
Oh, please.
I'm sorry. I think that it should be stricken, but it just should refer to our rules.
Okay.
Why can't we just use the rule 33 or blah, 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 the Bureau refers to the rules. It's saying that the Bureau referred to the rules set forth in our agreement. You see what I'm saying? Why do we need that language in there at all? It could just say that the Bureau would refer to the rules set forth in our operator. You know what I mean?
Mr. Chair, this is Christie, and I'll say this one more time. And again, I'm done fighting. I think it's a risk. And the reason I truly, truly believe, and I know you guys don't believe it, and it's fine. Dave, to your point, no one can kick us off because it's priority. That's not exactly true. If there was a horrible incident, they could cancel the agreement, and then we would have to renegotiate. Or they could cancel it and say, we don't want vending. It could put, and my biggest fear is that one person's action can affect 21 or 22 other people's. Like, again, I'm so grateful that no one had a camera out when we had an incident up in the Northeast. There are people's, I'm more worried about, and yes, we can absolutely cite the rule. They're not party to the rule, ODOT. And so now, any action that someone does that puts a bad light on this program, and again, 99% of everyone does the right thing. I'm just worried about that incident that one person puts at harm. If the agreement, if we had one operator that was operating all the rest areas, I'd be like, okay, it's all on one operator. The fact it affects other people, and I truly believe that it is a protection. But if you guys don't think that that's important, and that we can just point to our people will follow the rule, which of course you're gonna follow the rule, that's already in all these other things. I think that this protects the program and puts ODOT on notice that you can't just immediately cancel it, that there's remedies that we can put in place, that if someone puts the program at risk of losing the BGA, that you can't just scrap the entire contract on the behavior of one person. That's where I was coming from. But if you guys don't think that that's important to have that protection be known to ODOT, I'm okay with that. I mean, at this point, I don't think that it's worth the fight. But that's where I was coming from. That honestly is where we were coming from.
I will just say, Christie, I believe we have the opportunity to do that through our rules. I believe it. There's processes in our rules to do that. And you guys have the ability to do that as well and work with the committee and make sure it gets done.
I was just gonna say, then Christy, let's let I see what you're saying. You don't want the action of one person. Dave's point, I agree 100% with what Dave said. I don't believe ODOT can, it's already been determined through apply, but put that to the side for a minute. If they can't, then let's put something along that line. If an operator or a contractor steps outside of the agreement, doesn't follow suit with the agreement, then we will follow our rules to make sure they are, dealt with. What you're saying isn't what this thing says. We're not reading it that way.
Well, then maybe we write it exactly just how you wrote it, or said it. Exactly how you said it in that.
Sorry.
I don't know about that.
To what Christie said, if this is if this offers some kind of protection, it really doesn't, because 6.1 or 2 or A and B, whatever, they clearly lay out that either side could terminate the agreement, except for it's a priority location. ODOT's not just going to terminate the agreement over something, even over the actions of one person. They're not going to do that because they can't just kick us out and go get someone else. We have priority. I think someone who, I don't know if we need a motion to have it stricken, but if we do, someone that can make the motion should just make a motion that 6.3 just be stricken. That's the best way to do it. It doesn't belong in a Bureau grantor agreement anyway. It offers no protection for anyone. It's just a wide open, semi-sized door for bad interpretation to allow operators to be victims of that bad interpretation.
Mr. Chair?
Annette?
I was just gonna say, the whole fact that we're all here arguing about what it says is proof positive that it's not saying what, I mean, it's so fraught for interpretation that we know there's a problem. Whether, you know, because we're all reading it different ways. We're not disputing or disagreeing on an actual concept. We're interpreting what this thing says in radically different ways, which tells you it's written bad.
Well, and Mr. Chair, actually,
Wait a minute, was somebody?
Yeah, I said something, that Dave can go ahead.
Derek.
This is an ongoing conversation, go ahead.
Well, I think this grants, Christie referenced an incident that happened with one operator. And I think this is in direct response to that, trying to grant an unspecified, as of yet unspecified authority to respond to incidents that might happen in the future. And it doesn't belong in a Bureau grantor agreement at all. It should just be stricken, and then we don't even have to keep like fussing about how it should read or anything. Just strike it and get rid of it.
And Mr. Chair, again, 6.3, I'm fine with this, but, and I know I keep on mentioning that incident, but again, if someone, and this happens somewhere else, if someone is selling drugs at a rest area, an operator, God forbid, it makes the news. I am worried that ODOT will cancel the agreement and then say, we want to renegotiate it, and probably put in there that, you know, don't sell drugs. But it's not here nor there. It's not worth the argument anymore. And if you guys want 6.3 stricken, is that what we're hearing? Yes, yes, that's fine.
Well, and Mr. Chair, 6.4 goes on to say that the actions of one operator will not detrimentally impact all operators or other operators. So there's protections from that also. And selling drugs is a crime, so there would be other remedies outside of our rules for that anyway.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it sounds like everyone's in consensus that's here, so I mean, I'm happy to strike it out and add that into what I send back to ODOT. That's not a problem for me.
What could 6.4 say?
Mr. Chair.
Would you like me to read
Derek,
6.4?
hang on a second, I'm trying to go in order here. Derek?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'd love to hear it again, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
But I wonder, in terms, I mean, I understand Christie's desire here, and I don't necessarily disagree with her intent. I definitely disagree with the method of securing that. But what does ODOT think about this? Is this anything they asked for or are interested in, or this isn't any point of contention for them in any way, shape, or form? And I don't know if I'm asking you for a product or whatever. But what, you know, is this a great concern of theirs, or is it just ours?
Mr. Chair, I think we will find that out when I strike.
So there hasn't even been a discussion about 1, 2, and 3 with ODOT yet? I mean, it's not like that's a point of...
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, because the committee had sent like a couple of iterations of feedback. I have not sent anything back yet because I was led to believe that there were still outstanding things, which is why I wanted to collect everything today.
Yeah, but I mean, ODOT has a...
They have a copy, they did not...
ODOT has a copy of this, and they were part of developing this contract, correct? Or
No.
we wrote the contract and we're submitting it to them for, interesting.
Yeah, so sorry, let me be clear.
Very
So, the bones of this are historical beyond my tenure at OOD.
Yes.
my understanding is that at least this termination section has been boilerplate for years. They did not indicate any issues with it in the back and forth over the past several months. I can't predict if they're gonna care very deeply about this being stricken. I have no problem striking it and just being like, FYI, you know, we talked with our committee, they aren't comfortable with this language. We want it out, you know what I mean? So I don't foresee it being a huge issue, but I can't tell you because they've never said to us, oh no, we've gotta keep this in thus far. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they would. They would.
I can't imagine that they would, and if they do have a problem with it, we'll tell you guys.
This isn't language they care about, because
Yeah.
the protection that they have is the same protection that we have.
Mhm.
You got 14 days to remedy something, otherwise we're gonna have deeper issues to talk about.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, I'm happy, I have it in track changes right now. I can just delete that out, and once we finish talking about everybody's concerns, whatever they are, we haven't finished, but, and I'll just send it back to them, and if there's some issue, obviously, I'll let Christy tell everybody so that we can keep talking about it, but, I had heard also that Annette wanted me to read other sections, or all of them, so I'm happy to do that, just let me know when you're ready.
Mr. Chair, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Christie, could it just,
stepped outside.
I was just wondering if it could just reflect that, or say basically that if an incident occurred, the Bureau, which is you all, would reserve the right to act in accordance to our rules, the rules that's in place. Couldn't it just say that, and wouldn't that cover Christie's concerns?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I mean,
do anybody think that, wouldn't that work, and shouldn't that cover what the concerns of the Bureau would be?
Mr. Chair,
Gary.
I mean, it would deal with Christie's concerns, but also, I think Christie needs to understand, and she's not in the room, by the way, right now.
Okay, thank you.
She's left the room.
Okay.
I think Christie's concerns are dealt with in 1 and 2, which we're going to hear here in a minute.
Okay.
I think Christie's concerns are dealt there because it talks about if there's a need for remedy, there's X number of days in order to accomplish the remedy, and then if it's not, then, you know, what's contained in 3. And I don't necessarily agree we need to yank it out. But if it's left in, there certainly has to be a citation of the rules of the administrative code that would allow the Bureau to do that. The authority for the Bureau to take action against an operator can't be contained in a contract. It only can be contained in the administrative code. That's the issue I have with it. And I don't see beyond what's stated in 1 and 2, and I should stop talking so we just listen to it. That's where the protections are in 1 and 2, in A and B.
All right, so let's read those, and then I want to hear 4 too, so,
Yes, since Dave brought it up, 4 would be interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so back to the top. 6.1 or A. Either party may terminate this agreement without cause by providing written notice 30 days before the desired termination date. Notwithstanding this provision, priority vending rights established by ORC section 3304.33 and 3304.34 would continue to the extent rights are applicable.
Can we stop there?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I think everybody needs to understand right now. Termination of the agreement doesn't mean termination of the priority. It doesn't even mean that they can remove us from their property.
Exactly.
It just means that I mean, and I hate asking you this question, and I wish our lawyer was here, but I mean, isn't that what that means? They can, ending this agreement doesn't mean ending our occupation of the property, necessarily.
Correct. I think that's
all right.
what that's getting at. Any other?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. 6.2 or B, if either OOD/BSVI or ODOT does not meet a material obligation set forth herein, the non-breaching party shall provide the other party with a written notice to cure within 14 days of identification of said breach. If the breaching party does not correct the material breach within 30 days of the date of such notice is issued, the non-breaching party shall have the immediate right to terminate its obligations under this agreement without penalty. So I'm assuming I'm skipping 6.3 because we're striking and or maybe changing that. So 6.4 or D says actions or inactions of the licensed blind operators and his or her employees constituting a breach shall not detrimentally impact other licensed blind operators and his or her employees providing compliant vending services at other ODOT facilities and sites who operate under this agreement.
Can we read that last phrase one more time? There was
Sorry.
some noise through the door there.
Sorry, okay, I'll read it again. Actions or inactions of licensed blind operator or operators and his or her employee or employees constituting a breach shall not detrimentally impact other licensed blind operators and his or her employees providing compliant vending services at other ODOT facilities and sites with who operate under this agreement. And then 6.5 says, in the event of termination of the agreement for any cause, OOD/BSBI and any commercial vendor shall retain title to the vending machines and their contents. ODOT shall retain title to all structures and fixtures.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to move that the Bureau eliminate 6.3 entirely from the proposed ODOT Bureau grantor agreement. Second.
That was Keith?
Yes.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor with a second. Open it up for discussion.
I think we all have probably one vote.
All right. If there's no discussion, then we will do the vote. Derek?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
John McNamara?
Yes.
Dave Pageant?
Yes.
And John Giorgio?
Yes.
And Annette?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.
Don Giacogiorgio voted yes?
Yes.
Just to clarify, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Motion passes. Dave?
I actually had a different, it's regarding this same thing, but the email that I saw, I think it was yesterday, that implied that there was a deadline or that we are at risk of going beyond that for this agreement. I guess my question is to Christie getting that from that email, like what kind of predicament do we actually find ourselves in?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
right now I've got an authorization to fix doors that we're not legally have the money to do. I can't wait until this is in action where I can say to ODOT, hey, you guys gotta fix these 3 doors that are falling apart. That's one thing. I mean, and it's legitimate. It's a legitimate thing. Again, we have a secondary agreement that has been renewed like 3 different times. 4 different times.
Mr. Chair, I don't disagree with the urgency to get this done, and I think, and I appreciate the patience that's been given to the committee and specifically to the operators of the facilities thus far. But I hope it's understood that this is an important contract, and lots of changes have been made at the request of operators and of the committee, and we're getting close. We're getting close to the finish line, and that's a good thing. So, I'm not going to question whether there's an actual deadline or any of that. It doesn't matter. It needs to be done, and we're doing it, and it's, so let's keep it up. Hopefully today can be close to the end of the discussions, if not the end of the discussions. There's not that much left in there that can possibly be objectionable.
No, I did.
But there is still stuff that needs addressed, and we can address it today.
One of the things I have in my notes was I heard something that Demetria Johnson said at our March meeting, and she had said that in some of her conversations with ODOT that they wanted specific rules in the VGA so that ODOT had the authority to discipline BEP operators. Now, and the only thing after I heard that and seen it in the minutes. I actually called, and I don't know what I was doing, but I missed it in the meeting, but I went back and called the secretary and said, was that actually said? And listened to the audio, and that is, and I guess ODOT may have told Dimitri something like that, but just to be clear, and I will be clear, ODOT nor any other state agency has the ability to discipline BEP operators. That's internal between OVRC management and the affected operator, of course.
Mr. Chair, at no time has ODOT ever said that.
I can't imagine they would.
Mr. Chair, just to answer your question, that you're correct. They don't have the ability to discipline any operators in this program, not in this, just generally, or not in this agreement. And if I misspoke, I apologize for creating all that heartburn for you, but no, that's not even on their radar, no.
Bear with me a moment. Trying to think if the one other thing that popped in my head right now, and I'm not even reading it from my phone, is, and I don't know if we've adjusted this or not when we talk about product shortages, but I know from just talking to rest area operators and other operators in general, it seems no matter who you order from today, they're always out of something.
Yes.
And I think in one part of this agreement, at least it did at one point, and I don't know if we've changed it, it talks about reporting product shortages. And I don't know that OOD staff nor ODOT wants us calling them, all the time if Coca-Cola doesn't send, Coke Zero or cream soda, or Vistar doesn't send us a particular kind of chip, or so that could be, I think, not only monotonous for operators but consultants and whoever the ODOT person we would be talking to. The only point I'm making there is that it's still an ongoing issue. Companies are still struggling to keep up a lot of times. Sometimes there's not an issue, but many times there's something being cut from orders. That's the only point I'm making. So, and I don't know if and I'm honestly not sure if we addressed that at some point or not.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Actually, I found it in the agreement. That's already been stricken. If you would like me to read that section, just so you know how it reads, I'm happy to do that for you.
Thank you for that. I apologize.
No, you're
I
fine.
haven't had
You want me to read it?
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's in section 3.1.8. And it says, ensure that the assigned licensed blind operators and or commercial vendors acknowledge ODOT and customer issues and complaints within 72 hours of receiving the inquiry and complaints. Issues and complaints may include, but are not limited to, contract service issues, customer refunds. It used to say product shortage, that's been stricken, machine moves, and parking concerns. That was the only reference to product shortage that I was able to find, but.
What is the parking thing in,
Yeah, that's a different one. That would be us, I might complain to them about lack of parking, not the other way around.
Well, they might, Mr. Chair, they could have a concern if I parked somewhere I shouldn't or whatever. That's a possibility.
well,
If I were to drive my vehicle up onto the sidewalk and create a hazard, they might have an issue.
But that's not in this part, this is just informing them of issues, I guess, is what this thing is, so.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, it used to say, I think it used to say something like, we'll fix the problem within 72 hours, and we changed it to acknowledging because some things can't be fixed in that short amount of time, just to give you the history on that section.
Right.
And I believe, and that product shortage thing was taken out. So I don't know if that addresses your concern fully.
It does.
Mr. Chair, we're talking about ODOT addressing us with an issue, right? Isn't that what this section's about?
No,
No, I think it's them.
No, this is ODOT addressing us with an issue and us responding within 70.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, don't confuse me, no.
Okay.
I haven't had my second cup of coffee yet.
I don't think you need it.
Hey, now, watch it.
There is one, let's finish with ODOT. I do have one VGA thing that I want to bring up before we move on from, it's not ODOT related. Anybody else have anything else with this, with the ODOT agreement, because we're here and we can deal with it?
The agreement in and of itself.
Mr. Chair, the amount of, the addressing of the amount of machines was already fixed, right, Chrissy? I mean, I think I seen an email or something about, you all had concerns before about the amount of machines we can have in the, as a building needs. Wasn't that an issue?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I brought that up several times and no one seemed to care about it.
It is an issue, Yvette, and I think, and I don't know if ODOT followed this process, but from what I understand, when a grantor where we do have, priority location, if they're gonna remodel or rebuild a building, they should be coming to our program and asking them, what do we reasonably need to conduct business, or what the program reasonably needs to conduct business, and they should be, now, not necessarily with storage, I don't think storage applies to that, but I'm talking about as far as number of machines. And I think from what Christie has said, in certain instances, they think there may be a need for 8 machines, or in secondaries, there may be a need for more than 2 machines, and they've been asking for data from operators to talk to ODOT about that and take that information to ODOT and provide it, and I guess make the case that, this particular location is gonna need more than 6 machines, or this secondary is gonna need more than 2, because we do have some secondary locations that are busier than others. So,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
I think the problem is, it says 6 machines, but even if they said, from what I understand, if someone said they needed more machines, well, there's not gonna be space for them. So it's almost a moot point, because there's only gonna be so much space, which we affect that all the time. I mean, most of our facilities only have so much space, but I don't see it, unless we get, use thinner machines. I mean, maybe someone could fit 3 juniors as opposed to 2 full-size machines in a spot or something. There might be some negotiation for that, but I don't think there's gonna be a lot of room on that.
Derek?
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't have a problem with the limit of 6 machines, but I've been concerned by responses to other operators' requests that maybe we should have the limit be 8 machines, and the response to that was that, we can talk about that with them, but they're gonna charge us kind of thing, and it's like, that's not the way this works, and I'm a little dismayed that that's the understanding of the way the process works. I mean, as like Frank alluded to earlier, the way the process works is, if there's new property, or if there's a restructuring of property or whatever, the property owner, the grantor, at that point, the property owner comes to the SLA and says, hey, we've got this happening, do you deem this a suitable site? And then once the SLA deems it's a suitable site, then the grantor, who now will be the grantor, is required to provide whatever's necessary for the conduct of vending on their property. And that doesn't mean they limit anything. That means we tell them what's necessary to conduct vending on their property, and they are required by law to provide it. So I don't disagree with the limit of 6 machines. I don't personally have a problem with it. I don't know why you would want more than that. But we shouldn't be of the mind to say they call the shots. We call the shots on that point. And I am dismayed by that, have been dismayed by that.
Okay, is that language somewhere? Is that just for ODOT, or is that for any
What
priority about the requirement to come?
And that's in the state law. That's regarding, and that's not federal, that's state law. And ODOT is state,
That's probably not
ODOT
happening.
is state property.
I don't think that's happening. Where our.
Oh, no, it happens all the time.
Reduced
No,
our-
it happens all the time, the property, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They do. Not all property managers come to us the way that they're supposed to, but most do. Now, how we respond sometimes might not be what it should be. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, I don't know. But in this particular case, in negotiating this contract, we shouldn't be letting, and I'm not convinced that ODOT has said you're only going to get 6 machines. I'm not convinced that that was a conversation that was had yet. I'm not convinced that the storage conversation is one that, I mean, I think Frank asked the question of the Bureau about the storage space, who came up with this number, and I think Christie responded that the Bureau came up with that number, not ODOT.
Mr. Chair, absolutely not. We didn't come up with that number.
Okay, maybe I must have misread the email then. I must have misread it.
Absolutely.
So ODOT came up with that number.
Yes.
The 6 machines number
Yes.
also? Well, they're not entitled to do that.
Well,
They're not, absolutely not entitled
So-
to do that.
Mr. Chair, their attitude, and we've asked them, and we got into there that they would look at numbers, and I'm waiting to, again, I'm worried about Jeff Toll, particularly
Yes.
Marion and Union, and getting 4. Their attitude about it, and we can fight this and argue it, and it's kind of like, this is the law. And then again, do we want to open up the law and put more stuff in there, is that their attitude is, we don't care if you have to show up 5 days a week and there's only 2 machines there. We're affording you this space, and if you want more space, you pay for it. Like, I mean, at what point there do they say, okay, well, if we came to them and said, we want 20 machines in there, they would they have to say yes?
The burden's on them, not on us.
But they want us to pay for it.
The law says that they're to provide what's necessary for us to conduct vending on their property.
But who determines what's necessary?
We do.
We do.
And if they disagree, they can ask for a 119 hearing, not the other way around.
So, again, the
And
lawyer
if
just
we
left,
say
and
we
your
want 8
lawyer's not
machines
here, and
instead of
my
6,
lawyer's
then they
not.
get to say, no, 6 is enough, and take and fight us.
And their attitude is that we will give you 8 or 9, but you pay for that extra space.
That's not what the law says either.
Okay.
They can't charge us for their property. The law clearly says you have to make the vending space available and adequate to the task of conducting vending by providing electricity and plumbing. And it says it right in the law. It's clear as
But where
day.
does it say what type of space that they have to offer?
It says that when they develop, can somebody pull it up? I mean,
Amazing we found that. I hope we can pull it up.
Yeah,
That needs to be
because
used
then we
more.
can show that to them, because I don't think that we have that ability to tell them, you have to provide us X amount.
well, what else would we do? I mean, that's the whole point of the thing. They come to us and say, hey, we've got this property, and you tell us, is this property suitable for vending? And we say, yes, it is. No, and that doesn't shift it over to them to say, okay, we'll give you 1 machine in the basement of the, no. We decide, yes, this is a suitable site yes, this property is a suitable site for vending, and then we tell them what's necessary for a blind operator to be able to conduct a vending facility on their property. And here's what's going to be required for that. And they're required by law to provide it. It says so right there in the law. You will provide the space, the electricity, the plumbing, and anything else necessary for the vendor to operate a facility on our property. It's a single paragraph. It's right there in the state law. And ODOT is a state property. And I don't mean to make a big deal out of this. I mean, I honestly don't care whether it's 6. I can't imagine needing more than 6 machines on a break. I am concerned about Jeff's issue because his spaces are different than most people's. But I'm more concerned that, I've said this a million times before, I don't mean to be pedantic, but my goodness, we all have to have a better understanding of the law and how we interact under the law with our grantors and our property managers in this state. And this is far outside. This does not indicate that we have a good understanding of what the law provides for us.
Mr. Chair?
Annette?
Obviously, most places, the 6 machines are gonna be fine, like Derek said, but he's right, it's a bigger issue. If there's some need in a facility where that isn't gonna be accurate, or adequate, such as in Jeff's place, which is the secondary, so they're trying to limit him to 2, then that is up for us to say, we need more here. This is why we need more here. We don't believe this facility can adequately provide vending service to you and the traveling public. with this limitation. So in order to provide this service, this is what we need, and you need to provide it.
And if they excuse me, Mr. Chair, and there is a process in place, if they disagree with our assessment, they can ask for a 119 hearing. But they're not allowed to say no. And if they do say no, then we ask for a 119 hearing.
And Mr. Chair, do you know if does it just apply to ODOT, or would this apply to any state property?
This is state property.
And for pre-existing buildings that undergo like major renovations? I'm thinking more along the lines of...
It covers new construction and remodeling and all that. I wish the one day I don't bring my iPad, otherwise I'd pull up the paragraph in the state law and read it out loud for everybody to hear.
Well, I'm just thinking like that. I don't think if anybody from the university has ever came to us and said, we're remodeling this building or renovating or building a new building. They just spent $120 million building a new college of business, and I only got one snack machine with a much bigger building and significantly more population. And I had 2 large snack machines there before. And they're telling me after 120 million, there's only room for 1 snack machine.
Wow.
That's inappropriate. I mean, that's not what the law says. That's not.
Well, I've asked several times over the years, isn't there a process, or isn't there some point in the process where we can get our hat in the ring and say, hey, we need this kind of footprint for these machines? And the response I've always gotten is, we can't make them do anything. But this sounds promising, honestly.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I want to ask Christie. Christie, isn't on the table that, about the charging stations at these rest areas at some point in the future, maybe? Or is that totally been, the Department of Education's already? I'm just asking because we got to think into the future, not just right now.
Sure. So Yvette, this is a national thing again, and they gave money to the states. It's my understanding from our ODOT that they are not interested in putting it at rest areas right now, that they're putting it at like either Flying J's or, where there's petrol and other stuff. But, who knows what the future holds. But
Yeah, see, because that could have brought more business to those rest areas, and then that also would we would be locked into if we were needing more machines in some of these buildings. But I understand what you're saying. We can't dictate to them what size building to build. Is that what you're saying, Christie? If they only going to build the building big enough to build it to only fit 6 machines, what can we say? Is that what you're saying, Christie?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, as far as the charger stations.
Yes.
States have to put up money to get those. The federal government did release or put out money for charging stations to be put in places, but states have to pony up and match that. And so our ODOT said, we're not doing that for our land. We're going to use a private entity to pony up the money, such as a Flying J's or a Pilot or something.
Okay.
They can put it up, and then the state will use that money, similar to how we do with our service charge, but to help match the money to bring that in.
Okay.
So we're not going to get those at the rest areas, not unless there's a whole lot more money that comes up in the states when it needs to, to put anything forward.
Mr. Chair, back to my original point, I guess I was going to ask the question. I guess I misunderstood Christie's response to your email about where the number for the square footage for the storage space comes from. I will absolutely concede that we don't have there's no requirement for them to provide storage space for us. That is most certainly true. But that doesn't mean that they can't, and that doesn't mean that it's not in their best interest to do so, because they are as much concerned about the people that frequent their facility, and us providing quality service is a part of that. And they should be desirous of that and want to make our ability to do that as good as it can be, and storage is a big part of that. So if there is any way to negotiate more space, fine, and nobody should ever pay for it, and I don't think you can make that a contractual thing anyway. But if they would be willing and you were capable of negotiating slightly larger spaces, not massively larger, but slightly larger spaces even, it would be beneficial to most operators on the highway
Mr. Chair?
to be able to provide better service.
Dimitri, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I walked in the middle of this conversation, but I heard Derek say that he wished he could read something. I think I have the right code section pulled up if you guys wanted to hear it. I'm happy to read it out, but maybe we can.
Oh, the paragraph about what property managers are required to do in the
Yeah.
state of Ohio? I would
Yeah.
like to hear it.
I don't know if anyone wants.
Memorized.
Okay. Would you like me to read it?
Please.
Okay. So I'm reading section 3304.30, which is suitable vending facilities, establishment, and requirements. And it says, every person in charge of governmental property to be substantially renovated or who is responsible for the acquisition, lease, or rental of such property shall consult with the director of the Bureau of Services for the Visually Impaired prior to such renovation, acquisition, lease, or rental to determine if sufficient numbers of persons will be using such property to support a suitable vending facility. If the director determines that such property would be a satisfactory site for a suitable vending facility, provision shall be made for electrical outlets, plumbing fixtures, and other requirements for the installation and operation of a suitable vending facility. In the case of a state university, medical university, technical college, state community college, university branch district, or state-affiliated college or university, the decision to establish a suitable vending facility shall be made jointly by the Director of Services for the Visually Impaired and proper administrative authorities at the state or state-affiliated college or university. And then it goes on to say, the Bureau shall provide each suitable vending facility with equipment and an adequate initial stock of suitable articles to be vended. An inventory shall be made of each suitable vending facility at least once every 6 months. Each blind licensee may make the blind licensee's own inventory on forms prescribed by the Bureau, provided that the Bureau shall retain the right to make its own inventory at any mutually agreeable time. Each blind licensee may employ and discharge personnel required to operate the blind licensee's suitable vending facility, but employment preference shall be given to individuals who are blind and who are capable of discharging the required duties. At all times, at least one half of the employees shall be blind. Was that the right one?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the first half in particular was exactly what I was referring to, and I think I quoted it fairly closely, and I hope everybody sees that the duty is clearly on the property manager to offer the director of VSV or of OOD to determine whether the site's suitable for vending, and then once it's determined that it is, the property manager is required to provide all that's necessary for that facility to be able to operate it.
But it didn't really specifically mention states, or did I miss it?
It's what it doesn't specifically say space, but that's.
It said outlets and water lines.
Outlets and water lines, those would be associated with space, and the machines that are required of those things occupy space, so it's understood. I mean, I don't think they would have had to spell out the space. I mean, that's, it's property. I mean, it does talk about the property, and that's what.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
Chair, I think it said something on that first paragraph about the design in the building of it, right? Referring to.
Well, it's saying if you're gonna remodel, or if you're gonna rent space, you're gonna lease space, you have to offer the OOD director an opportunity to determine that however you acquire that property is, you have to offer OOD the opportunity to determine if it's suitable for a vending facility for a blind operator.
Well, it's great that you knew where that was, because that can, at the very least, that can be used to make sure that we don't lose it.
Mr. Chair, can I add one more thing before we end this? So I just want it to be known that we are going to continue, I am going to continue to continually work with ODOT to advocate
for more storage, for more space. Again, this agreement is for the biennium, it's 2 years, this is gonna be discussed every 2 years. The fact that I think it takes them 2 years to hire an architect. So I think that there's going to always be room to talk to them and to, you know, again, relationship building, and we have a decent relationship with them. And so this doesn't mean it's closing the door. I'm going to continually argue for our ability to provide the best possible service and the tools that need to do so. So I just want to make that clear.
And Mr. Chair, keys too, Christie. A key for you.
What'd you say, Vanessa?
A key.
You know,
So, Mr. Chair, we are going to ask for 2 sets of keys for the storage. They are not going to give us keys to the janitorial, and they're not. We've asked for that, and their response to that was, we're like, we need to use the mop closet to clean the coffee, and they're like, you're cleaning the coffee in the mop closet?
It's not really a mop closet, it's a janitorial closet.
Again,
You don't
I
really use
think,
mops in there.
I don't think that it's necessarily appropriate to be in the contract, and I think we need to make, you guys, I think
Well-
most operators have good relationship with the cleaning crew, and I think
When you can find them.
that's where we need to.
Well, like where Yvette is, you know, you can't,
You can't find them half the time.
yeah, they're all sleeping somewhere.
And, you know.
And Yvette, are you still having cleaning issues at your?
No, I got a key to the closet.
No, I'm
That's something-
saying, but I'm saying are.
Oh,
are
yeah.
the caretakers
No, I
cleaning?
clean my own. They don't clean anything. They
In
come
your
take the
building?
trash and that's it.
Yeah, I found something yesterday that they're not following their contract, because I was reading something last night that I got through one thing, and it specifically talked about the vending building if applicable, and it actually gave a list of stuff they're supposed to do on a daily and weekly basis.
Well, they told me when I came in, they actually attended, said that they're not responsible for that building. They just take the trash out. So I know you all told me that's not true, but.
They're not
you
even
know.
taking out trash.
No, that's all they do. They just come
Oh,
take the
yeah,
trash.
they're
We
supposed-
remove our own
they're-
trash.
Yeah, they're supposed to, right.
Yeah, they just come and
They're
just
supposed
take
to be
that
mopping floor,
can.
they're supposed to be sweeping, dusting,
You know, I
mopping floors,
vacuum and
removing
do it on my
cobwebs,
own.
you know, cleaning windows inside and outside.
You see those windows?
Mr. Chair, when things like that happen and people are noticing that, please talk to the consultants who then have relationships with the local ODOT people to address those things. I mean, again, we can address
Well,
those things.
I think that the caretakers at Yvette's building, and Annette and I kind of went through this when we were in Warren County, the specific caretakers, Christie, they don't believe that building is their responsibility. I don't know if they've
Because
been
it's
trained
separate.
badly or what the deal is, but,
'Cause it's-
or if they just don't want to do it. But they're supposed to do it.
But Christie's saying there's a way to address that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's one of the things-
I mean, and I feel for Christie on this one. She's said it till she's blue in the face. If she don't know there's a problem, she can't fix it. So, I mean,
No, and
everybody should please bark up the right tree if you have issues.
well, Yvette had mentioned it, I think Yvette mentioned
I
it back in
did.
February on a call that
Yeah.
Christie and
Well,
Dimitri was on.
Mr. Chair, Christie addressed the problem and it was resolved right away. I got a key.
That's
I don't
good.
have to dump my bucket. I am fine. I don't even mind cleaning the building because I'm
Yeah.
particular anyway, so.
That's not the point. That's
I
the
know it's
point.
not.
That's not the point. They should be following,
They should be.
they should be following.
They should be.
And if it can be addressed at the local level, that's great. And that's one of the things Annette had suggested, you know, as far as the keys, Annette had suggested to me privately that, well, maybe we have, you know, we deal with that at the district offices instead of central office, case by case, you know, as needed situation. So I thought that was a good idea.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Regarding what we were talking about with the law that Derek brought up, at some point, we probably should all talk about what happens when that requirement wasn't met, especially for colleges and universities. They remodel and reduce our footprint all the time. It's been happening for years. And there's no communication other than they'll tell us, you gotta get your machine out of there because we're about to remodel.
Mr. Chairman, I totally gone off track.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, anything else on the ODOT Bureau grant or agreement?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Not on that specifically, but I think, and then we can do it this afternoon if we want. The first thing you mentioned about if it's true about the BGA not being subject to active participation. If that was said, there needs to be a discussion on that.
At the very least, it was hinted at.
We can talk about that. And then the other agenda item is UC stuff. There was one other thing that we should probably talk about maybe in a little while here. I think everybody wants to take a lunch, and we can do that. What I was going to say is, the other thing, I think Demetria told us in March that the Bureau is working on new boilerplate language for BGAs across the board, and that they would, I guess they would provide that to us when it was done. I think that's what was said. And I'm doing it from memory, so if I'm misspeaking, I will correct it. But I guess where I'm going with this is, I would hope as it's being developed, we could provide some feedback in that process and be involved in that, so that when we are working on BGAs, that, you know, we some of it, we'll know what's in there already, and it'll be, you know, the boilerplate stuff, we'll just have an idea, okay, that's there, and it's there for XYZ reason, whatever it happens to be. But it is about, what time is it? It's about 11:41. I think 12:30 or so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are we done with the contract?
I don't know. I don't know. Do you have something else, Derek?
I'd like to talk about the signage too.
Getting the
yeah.
estimate.
Yeah, we talked about getting a current estimate. To
Yeah,
find out
Mr. Chair, I asked ODOT, they've not gotten back to me on that, but again, I don't see where that holds up the contract.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I would like to suggest, in terms of you guys negotiating, not that they're required to do anything, but I don't know that saying that this is a vending area on the highway is a separate sign or anything. That can be part of a sign that indicating that there is a rest area, you know, rest area with vending or something like that. It shouldn't be that big a deal. And if they're taking the attitude that if we want to provide that information to the public, by golly, the blind people are going to pay for it, that's an absurd attitude to have for them. The attitude should be, they want the public that they serve more than we do to be, that they're going to provide all the information available for what's available to the public. That shouldn't, I mean, if their attitude generally is, we'll put that sign out there, but they're going to pay for it, it's absurd. And I don't think that's the approach you should take with them, but I don't see why it would be difficult to convince them in negotiating that, hey, come on, this is more for the public. This benefits the public more than it benefits the operators of these facilities. It benefits you guys more. And I would hope that you guys might take that tack to get this in there. And not that I would object to paying for it, but why should we if it's just a matter of adding words to a sign that's already going to be there anyway?
Well, and I'm not sure they're even putting them there anymore. We'd have to talk to somebody with
There is
something.
signage indicating that a rest area is coming. They're absolutely, it's communicated to drivers on the highway that a rest area is coming. And to add a simple word to that, vending available or vending area or whatever. It's not a separate sign. It doesn't come, it's on the sign that already exists, letting people know that there is a rest area.
Mr. Chair, don't those signs say, like, you know, bathrooms, drinking fountains, picnic areas? Don't they describe what's at the rest area that's coming up?
I can't read them. I don't know.
I don't know. That's what I thought they used
The
to.
ones that
Well, most do. There are some exceptions.
Or they say restaurants.
And there have been
So
times
many
when
miles.
there's been separate signs that do say
But they do
vending
say
bill
some with
and all of
vending.
that. But there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to negotiate easily into, at least if you're putting up a new sign, or changing a sign or whatever, to include the term vending available or vending area or whatever. It shouldn't be that difficult.
It could just say with vending,
Yeah.
2 words.
But if they won't do that, we should have a general idea. And I know the cost changes. We all know that.
Mr. Chair, if they don't do it, we shouldn't put money into it.
No, it probably doesn't, it probably does not increase sales enough to warrant us paying.
Especially considering the amount that it would I mean, if it was $100 or something, sure, but
Well, yeah, he's a hot
I'm sure
rate.
that they'll say it's gonna be a lot more than that.
Mr. Chair, are they required to provide the signage in some kind
Nope.
of way?
No.
Only if we put it in the contract.
That's what that was, why wouldn't this be in the BGA?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Dave. The BGA, but the BGA, it's not required to be in the BGA. They're not required to provide signage for us, but we can negotiate into it. There's no requirement in the law. I mean, I suppose technically you could argue that that's part of what's necessary to operate the business, but that's a big stretch. But there's no reason that we can't nicely negotiate with them to include that, at least in new signage or replacement signage. And no, we should never pay for it unless it's a non-former agreement.
So we can't put it in this one and then let's see what they say?
Well, I think they already said that they'll do it, but we have to pay for it. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, yes, to Derek's point, we did put it in there, and we did kind of talk on those points that Derek is alluding to right now. That Derek's hinting out. We talked about how.
I'm sorry, Dimitri, somebody needs to mute whoever was speaking. Yeah, McMillan? Is that Steve? Because he just spilled it.
Okay.
Sorry, so yeah, to answer Derek and Yvette, when we were having kind of discussions about this, we did bring up that, it's a service that's being provided to the public, there's already signs at some places indicating all of that sort of thing. We did have those discussions with them, and we did put it in the contract, and they kind of came back with, yeah, if you pay for it, because our budget, our insert whatever money constraints here don't allow for it. I'm always happy to push back again. That's not a problem. It's more so, it's kind of an asked and answered thing. But I'll throw it in there. You never know. They might change their mind.
And it's understood, Mr. Chair, it's understood, we're not asking for separate signage or anything.
Right.
We're just looking for the information to be included.
Call in David Sharp, invite, new dog, ask all to a new dog, but people, new dog.
All right. Anything else on ODOT?
Okay, sounds good.
Well,
Well, that didn't work.
Yikes.
You can train that thing, though.
Yeah, I know.
Where's Tom when you need him?
New dog current and new participants.
Oh, there's a second.
Dog, button.
Oh.
New dog current, new dog, button.
I thought it was mute all.
there you go.
That took care of it.
Two steps.
All right,
It is.
so I think what we're gonna do is take a lunch break, maybe come back at 12:35, 12:40, something like that. Come back in session so we can tackle the other stuff. I think we have a couple of things. Then there's some of the UC stuff we need to go through, and unless something else pops up, and Annette wanted to talk about the active participation and the BGA thing, so we'll do all of those as soon as we come back in session and get this figured out, and hopefully tackle all of that stuff and
Speech on. Stop.
get through it. We're gonna go ahead and get restarted, and I think you talk about.
Hold on, let me unmute you.
Oh, no problem.
Okay. Yeah, we're getting restarted, folks on the phone. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Frank had mentioned to me here, and he had it in his notes there about just a general discussion about BGAs, and that he was told that, I guess, Christie, you said that they are not subject to active participation. And I think we should talk about that, because if Les Frank misunderstood, which I hope he did, that'd be cool if he did. But we wanted to kind of understand what your thoughts were on that.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to divert this to the lawyer.
That's funny.
Mr. Chair, to Annette's question, and, you know, I don't know what was said or whatever, so I'm going to talk as high level, and then you can drill it down for me for follow-up, but, so, BGAs, just from a contractual standpoint, you know, have the two parties, the Bureau and the grantor. Now, whether or not by rule or any other thing, they're technically subject to active participation, excuse me, on paper, technically no, but obviously, I mean, in my opinion, you guys can feel free to disagree. I considered the past like 4 months active participation. So in my mind, I view it as that's kind of what this, and I haven't even been at the Bureau for a year, so anyone feel free to jump in, but my understanding is that they do kind of run these by you and make sure there's no harm being done, or direct harm or indirect harm actually being done to operators. And so correct me if I'm wrong, if this is the first time you've ever been able to communicate on a BGA, but that was my understanding, is that like being able to run it by, let people review, let affected parties give feedback is a thing. But you know, I want to hear, if you can maybe talk more about what your concerns are, then I'm happy to give a more specific answer.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
My concern is not that you did not actively participate on this one. You have. I'm not going to say that you haven't. We've talked about this over, like you said, the last few meetings. That's been wonderful. And we have, for the record, talked about previous, not all of them, but previous Bureau grantor agreements as well. But I was concerned with a generalized statement that Bureau grantor agreements are not subject to active participation. So I'm not referring specifically to the ODOT agreement, even though that's what they were talking about, from what I understand. But a generalized statement that BGAs do not qualify for active participation is what I was led to believe was the comment made. And that's, I mean, that's false, because signing an agreement in and of itself is a pretty major administrative decision, especially in this case. I mean, with the ODOT agreement that affects probably a third, if not more, of our operators, accounts for a good chunk of our service charge dollars that are collected. It's a huge decision. And like I said, you did the right thing. You brought it to the committee. We've been working with you. We've been working with our constituents. Everything's been great with this. I just want it to be clear that Bureau grantor agreements are subject to active participation. And I don't want there to be any attitude that they're not for the future.
Did somebody else have
And
the floor?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
again, I think where I get a little, because it does deal with the legal realm, and I'm not arguing with you, Annette, I'm not. Talking to you guys about BGAs and the agreements, I think we have to actively participate, but there's a fine line when I'm talking to lawyers on direct negotiation with a third party, and that there's like a distinction between those two. And sometimes I get that, I even get confused on where the line is on that. The distinction between a direct negotiation with another party and then the separate act of actively participating. Does that make sense, or does that not make any sense?
Mr. Chair?
Gary.
So, I mean, I guess you're suggesting then that it wouldn't be necessary or even allowed to include committee members, for example, to be part of negotiations with a grantor over a contract? Or did I misunderstand you?
Mr. Chair, I think what I'm hearing, and you know, typically how it's done, and this is I'm speaking from my purview as doing contracts in all of the bureaus that the agency has, not just BSVI. So take that with a grain of salt. But when we're negotiating with contract terms between parties, there are no third parties that are a part of that, just typically. Now, this situation is unique because of the active participation requirements, insofar as, you know, you're not a party to the thing, but there are ramifications that could potentially create harm to the operators. So the Bureau is always going to want that feedback and things. But in terms of like being in the room and saying, you know, back and forth and going through with the grantor, no. But, you know, like today, I was very open and wanting to hear what's going on with 6.3.
Exactly.
Do you want it stricken? What are the reasons why? Everybody did a great job of articulating why it's now struck. But, you know, that sort of thing with us is, I think, good and probably needs to continue. Definitely needs to continue. Excuse me. Let me not use conditional language.
And is required by law.
Correct. And so, you know, so to answer Derek's question, like, I don't think it's to the point where we want to commingle things, because then it gets you get into situations where who is the obligated party under this agreement and who isn't? Who has to bear the burden of any negligence, of any wrongdoing or whatever? You know what I mean? And so that's kind of another way to think about parties in a contract, you know, especially when it's for services, it gets kind of technical. I don't want to get down into the weeds, but I just wanted to give you a little bit more of a response to your question, Derek.
Mr. Chair.
John?
So I get that the contract is between ODOT or whoever and you guys. And you've done a better job than some of your predecessors in the past on this stuff. I'm going to say that for the record. But we're definitely very much involved because we're the ones that have to execute that contract that you guys are requesting, are negotiating. And you don't always know whether what is trying to be negotiated is able to be executed by us. And that is super important.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I think that's a really great point that he brought up. I mean, yes, we're taking on all of the burden to execute the promises in the contract, and we are responsible, we being the Bureau are responsible for making sure those things happen, which again, why is it so important to have, you know, everyone here and everyone at home involved in these conversations, looking at these things, bringing things up, because I'm an attorney, I'm trained to be an attorney, I'm thinking about the law, I'm not thinking about the people who are boots on the ground. That's why I need that feedback, because I don't know how words are going to affect people in real life, and so it's always important to have that. So, and you know, just from and maybe you guys don't want me to get into this, but you know, you can open up your rules and enumerate certain things, and I'm not sure that these are enumerated in the rules, so you know, take that with a grain of salt. If you do feel strongly about one thing or another, I'm not telling you what to do by any means, but you know, that's a tool that you have to kind of get things more shored up when there's gray area, I'll say that.
Jared?
Well, there is no gray area when it comes to the committee's required to actively participate on administrative decisions. But I get your point. But I mean, what I wanted to clarify earlier is about in terms of negotiating contracts and stuff. I mean, are you suggesting that this contract is strictly negotiated by the attorneys of both parties, and even Greg and Christie or Director Miller aren't involved in the negotiations, or Mark
No.
Banks or anything? They're involved in the negotiations, correct?
Mr. Chair, the people who are having direct conversations and going back and forth are only the attorneys.
Only the attorney, okay.
Yeah.
And you rely on input from, yeah,
Yes,
okay, that
correct.
makes perfect,
Yes.
makes perfect sense. At that level, you wouldn't. But at some point,
Merely
it
that.
wouldn't be improbable, or it could be allowed that Director Marchbanks and Director Miller could have communications about what the contract should look like before the lawyers get into it, right?
In theory, yes. Excuse
Yeah,
me,
absolutely.
Mr. Chair. In
Yeah,
theory,
so
yes,
it's-
that could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. But once it gets down to drawing the contract, you know, it's more practical to have only the lawyers in the room anyway, as long as the lawyers understand what who they represent once.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's accurate. You know, I don't put many of my own personal whatever into any of the contracts I do for the agency. I just input what feedback I'm getting from the parties. So that's an accurate statement there.
And Mr. Chair, I mean, I'm thankful that this process, I think I said it earlier, I'm glad that you guys have involved everybody so much, including the operators, which there is no obligation to involve the operators, but there is an obligation for the committee and this is something we all know but always forget. The committee is the one that's obligated by federal law to actively participate
Right.
with the Bureau but that also, in turn, I mean, that doesn't relieve you of actively participating, because clearly we can't meet our obligation under the law if you don't participate as well. But there's a good reason why it was, the requirement is made of the committee and not the Bureau. It's implied for the Bureau. But, yeah, I lost my plan now because I got sidetracked. Thanks, John.
It'll come back to you, just give it a minute.
It'll come back, but no, and I do think involving the rest area operators and the committee being involved in this, I think this is working out really, really well. I think concerns got addressed that needed addressed, and the only thing I was going to ask is if we could get, I know Christie had said that she was going to extend the deadline until next, I think she said next Friday. So if we could get it early, get the most up-to-date version early next week, just so everybody has a chance. I don't know that there's going to be any more changes or if anybody's going to see anything. All we can do at that point is bring it to their attention and see, you know, what they have. Just point it out and see, or offer an alternative or something like that and see if they'd be willing to accept it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Derek.
I'm sorry, I just did want to finish my point, and I'm sorry I sidetracked myself. But the point that Debbie made, that only those two parties are obligated by the contract, and I just wanted to point out that there is a third party, actually there's more than a third, there's us and there's other people too, but we are indirectly obligated by that contract, in that when we sign our contract, that following the BGA is a requirement of the BOA. And so therefore, there is a third party involved. And I know that we wouldn't be able to be directly involved in the negotiation, but that is another reason why active participation in the discussion is wildly important, and I mean, is majorly important, because we are obligated by that contract directly when we sign our BOAs.
Mr. Chair, just a clarifier with what you had said before, and thank you for your comments, Derek. So what I heard you say, just so I make sure I understand, so what I was planning to do was take the draft in its current form, which is the one that you got the last time, and send that back to ODOT and see if they're okay with the changes that we made today. Now, you said you would like to have a copy early next week of, if they're okay with it, a clean copy or a draft, the current draft as it stands before we send it. I just want to make sure I can get you what you actually want.
Whatever changes, the changes that were, you know, I think we only, what did we change? One item today? I think that was the only.
Well, we struck 6.3.
Struck 6.3.
But we are, you know, I did say I would follow up on the signage piece one more time just to see if they would budge on it. And we are asking for 2 copies of the keys to the storage area.
Okay.
So I can, you know, get you an update on what they say about those 3 things, or I can just send you a clean copy of, because I think that might be the last go around before we start talking execution. So I want to make sure you get a copy of whatever you want before anything like that happens.
Well, and that's not my decision by myself. That's up to the full committee.
Chair, just to have the draft once it's written up and all that before sending it off. Those are the only changes, so.
Everybody else okay with that? Derek?
What?
You call Derek
Why do you think I care?
Well, I'm asking.
No, I mean, this is an interesting discussion. I mean, what we're essentially asking for is a copy of our draft that you're going to propose to ODOT that they also agree with. But I don't think that we even need that. I mean, I think it's understood what, at this point, you know, we recommend happen, and you're going to try that to your best ability, and then ODOT's going to do whatever they're going to do, and we're going to have a final agreement.
Well, I can send a clean copy of the proposals, and then I can also obviously send another give an update, through Christie of what comes back. And I can't guarantee it's gonna be early next week. I don't know when they're gonna get back to me, but I can urge them to respond as soon as possible.
Right, because their attorney probably kind of looked at it and,
If they're not gonna push back on this stuff. They don't care if .3 is there or not.
I
They don't
hope
care if
not.
they give us 2 copies of the key or 1 copy.
I don't think so. I would hope not, but.
yeah, the only thing they may say no to is the signage part. I think that's the only thing where there might be an issue, so.
And I mean, and Mr. Chair, will there be any further, will you make any further attempts to negotiate a better storage space for each new facility, not each current, but each new facility as they're brought online? I mean, that's the.
My understanding, Mr. Chair, is that that's an ongoing conversation. Obviously not in the contract, but, things can change, their
It is in
budgets
the
can
contract.
change.
That's why we're bringing it up. It is in the contract.
Oh, yeah, that piece where about the data
Yeah, the
stuff,
square
yeah, we're
footage is in the
gonna.
contract.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, to the extent that we can, we're going to be advocating that if the data supports it, which, there are significant places where there's a lot of data that supports more space, then we're going to be advocating for that on an ongoing basis. Yeah, we're not just going to sign it and leave it. To answer your question.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I actually suspect with the storage that the buildings have already been designed, and there's an architectural blueprint for them, and so that's why they're saying that's the amount. So I'd love to get it more, but I just don't know how successful we'll be with that if they've already approved design and, the building I just don't know that they'll be receptive to going back to the architect and working out more space. Love it if they would.
All right. Anything else on this discussion? Okay. Did Dave and Keith ever make it back?
Nope.
Oh.
They're lost. I sent them a map point. I got my wife circling the building looking for it.
Is that the case? Is that?
They stopped to admire a car.
Nice.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Well,
Thanks to Jen.
so maybe I should give them a couple minutes. The next item I have on the agenda, of course, is University of Cincinnati. Do we have any other agenda items we would like to tackle while I'll give them a few minutes. We'll eventually have to get into it, whether they make it back in time or not, but I don't know.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before break, you had mentioned a talking point that I had brought up at the last meeting.
Oh, yeah.
About, well, you said BJ's, but really I was talking about the TBOAs and the BOAs.
Oh.
But I don't know if you want to talk about that right now, but what I had for everyone else, if you weren't at the last meeting, what I had said is that the templates need to be updated with certain things. We haven't, to be honest, I have not done any work on that. And so, like you said, you were hoping that you could give feedback. Yes, we would absolutely want you to give feedback on those boilerplate language. I don't know if you want to see and get emailed just a blank one. I mean, everyone's got one, obviously, but I don't know if you want to just start with you getting a blank one and giving your feedback on what it is, or if you would like me to prepare a draft with some draft language of what the state's requiring us to put in, which is just a couple of things, or if you want to just have a global conversation about their utility and anything from, I don't know, it's been over 10 years plus since they've been looked at, so are there things that aren't in there or that are in there that you don't think should be? That was more so an invitation to think about that, so that when it does come time to update them, everybody's feedback can kind of get incorporated instead of, here's the templates, deal, you know what I mean? So
That's what I was trying to
Yeah.
do. That's what I was trying to do, Dimitri, is put the committee in a position of being involved in the process going forward so that everybody's on the same page, so that if we see something come up, we can certainly come back and go, hey, this may be an issue, or no, this is okay, or or maybe the alternative language is this. So, I was just trying to put the committee in a good position to be able to be involved in that process, and I thank you guys for offering a way to do that, and I hope we can move in the right direction with that so that everybody knows what's going on.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Hey, Dimitri, could you go ahead and send like you mentioned, go ahead and send us the current, because you're right, and most of us probably have not looked at a BOA or TBOA in a long time, so.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I'll dig those up and have those sent out probably early next week.
Forgot to lay your breadcrumbs, huh?
No, we stand out in front of the building and our buddy left us.
You were looking at the car.
You came out the back door.
There is no back door.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, see,
there was one other thing that I needed to bring to the committee. So we still have to remedy the OIA audit about the MLR data review.
That's right.
And I kind of wanted to see if you guys were okay with a report that I created that compares the percent change from the same month of each facility from the year prior. So if it's not comparing facilities to other facilities, it's just that facility to its data from the year prior, the same month. Looking at that for a percentage that whatever you guys think, whether it's like 25% or 35%, like whether the sales went up or down in that regard, expenses, cost of goods, wages, and then the consultant following up if it is in those percentages. And it could be something that they could explain without even like reaching out to the operator, like maybe it was an operator transition or the facility got reconfigured. I know a lot of times that doesn't explain why there's a big drastic jump in percent change in those categories, but I was unsure. I thought it may be under a work group, but we need just to have a plan in place by October 1st. So I just wanted to give us time to like make the plan and then put it into action before that.
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Yeah, we can, because I'm supposed to be working with you on that, and I know
Okay.
we've not done a lot with that, so get with me and we'll get someone else with us and we'll.
Okay, perfect. And I can send you the report that I created. If you hate it, we can scrap it and start from scratch. But if it is something to work with, then we can move forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I ask a question about, so you're creating reports that show in all categories that are present on the MLR or just certain categories on the MLR? Or?
Right now I have it as like sales, cost of goods, wages, and then overall expenses. And then if there's a percent change graded off in expenses, there's a second tab that breaks down every expense.
Right.
So it is all there.
And then the data points are to be used how?
So it depends on like what percent, like say you guys pick, if there's a 25% change, so whether it increased or decreased by 25%, then there would be need for explanation, whether you can explain it just as easily as say like the facility is reconfigured or
whether
if we need
documentation
to.
needs to be presented.
Right.
So that's my question about what categories are eligible for this. So if you only recognize a change in sales, does that mean you're going to want, if you're not happy with the explanation, does that mean now suddenly you're going to want documentation of the sales data to demonstrate that it's change, it's increase or decrease in percentage? Or are we only still focusing on expenses?
No, it's all categories. From
It's all categories.
Audit, yeah.
I want everybody to note for the record that I predicted this a long time ago. And that's unacceptable.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
so if
Dave's not, he predicted it.
sales have gone up more, say we pick 25%, so that's a fairly round number. And all of a sudden, if sales have gone up 25%, you guys are gonna question? I mean, and wanna see documentation of it and,
Mr. Chair, it's not necessarily like we're gonna request like, why have your sales going up? Like it could be explained like maybe you've got card readers added, maybe there's an influx in population, like things that we can just explain. It's not that we're questioning like your business practices, it's just like you've got to document somehow to satisfy an auditor.
Mr. Chair.
So it could just be a very simple explanation that's, you know, that you guys tell us what's went on. Like maybe you're seeing an influx in traffic, or you added 3 machines to your facility, like something like that.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on a second, Derek. I think Dave.
Oh, I was just gonna say, if these explanations are that simple, you guys would already know that. Like adding new readers or simple things like that, you guys are gonna know if you're remotely familiar with facilities to begin with.
Mr. Chair, that's why I said earlier, like it may not be something the consultant even has to reach out to the operator for. It could be something that's documented internally, and you guys may never realize that you found that percent change.
Derek.
Did we place something in the rules, didn't we, to say that if this occurs, that the selection panel is involved in that process of determining what's a reasonable explanation and what's not, or is that solely the responsibility of staff? I don't think we did.
I don't think we did. I think
Yeah, well, and that's my problem. I don't have a problem necessarily. I mean, I do too. But at the very least, if this is going to happen, there has to be involvement of somebody other than the staff in determining whether an explanation is reasonable or not.
Mr. Chair.
I think, John.
I don't think we put it in the rules, but there was a motion, and I think the Bureau accepted the motion that if there was any issues, that they would consult with the local committee.
I do remember something like that as a safeguard, and I don't remember if it was a motion or a rule or whatever. Okay, we need to dig that out and make sure, because this can be problematic if there aren't some checks and balances involved in that process.
Well, and I mean, just to throw this out there, you know, yeah, I still expense off a vehicle, but at current, I don't have a vehicle payment right now, but eventually there will be a vehicle payment. So, you know, that's going to change a percentage, you know, and other expenses. It's going to change that percentage probably significantly. I don't know what the amount will be, because that depends on the payment and everything, and you don't know that until you actually purchase it. So, anyway, hope I don't have to do it anytime soon, but I was just using that as an example.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I don't object to there being guardrails to protect the program in ensuring that business reporting is accurate and service charge paid is accurate, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't want the decisions within that process to be unilateral. I want committee and/or operator involvement in that process. Otherwise, it's too rife with opportunity for abuse. And I'm not saying, and you know, like we always say, that doesn't just apply to you. That applies to everybody that can come along after because we have in the past had people who were perfectly willing to abuse us.
Mr. Chair.
You know,
Were you done, Derek?
Yes.
Sorry, Derek.
Hey.
No, you're fine. I'm done.
Well, my thought process on this, and you guys can, again, tell me if you don't want to do it this way, but I was thinking that we'd work with the work group, and then the work group could get a recommendation to bring to the full committee. I bring this up in April just so there is time for us to collaborate and come up with a plan and put into action by October 1st.
it's something we should all think about. I think it's something the work group will kind of have to think on and work through, and we'll see where it goes. And the work group will bring it before the full committee, before I think anything is, well, that, and that just said absolutely.
Yeah.
So we have a process, we're going to work through that process and see where it goes.
Try to minimize the things I do behind closed doors.
All right.
Keith spoke up, but
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
Keith.
want to throw my hat in after him.
Okay, Keith, go ahead.
I had two questions, and I'm not sure if they're good for this arena, but I know for one, we have operator operating in the red for a few months now, and that was one question to what y'all was saying. And the other question was, if you bought a new vehicle, you don't do mileage? That's my other question. Just for clarity. Can I get an answer?
He's asking whether you do mileage for the vehicle.
I do actual expenses.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. They're not one and the same. Okay, thank you for that. What about the first one? Because y'all was talking about checks and balances, and I'm not trying to put the whole gambit out, but it's an issue we eventually gonna need to address as far as the operator. And the operator's in Dayton, is best I'm gonna say. And hopefully y'all know what I'm talking about.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, so Keith, you're suggesting there's an operator in your area who's been operating in the red for multiple months, and you're wondering, what do we need to do about that situation?
Yeah.
You're looking for some recommendations from the committee, how you should behave as a local representative?
All of the above.
Okay.
So we don't address that? Am I not posted that here?
No, that.
No, it's, I mean, there's different options, Keith, and it's going to be up to you and Jim and Sally to decide what direction you want to go. I don't know if that operator has, I don't know what all's been offered. I don't know if that operator has a job coach. I don't know, eventually you may have to go down the road. I don't like doing this to an operator unless it's absolutely necessary. I like to try and do everything else first. You might have to eventually go down the road of a performance improvement plan, which I don't like, but every once in a while. And even with that, they could still, hopefully, if the local selection panel structures are right, still could be offered a job coach if they would avail themselves of that. Some operators do, some won't. It's up to them ultimately. And maybe some of the other committee members have other ideas, so I'm going to be quiet now.
Mr. Chair, the other thing you'd look at is if there's been any significant changes to the facility. Is it a bad facility? Sometimes they're not bad operators, it's a bad facility. It's set up to not be good. Now, if it had made a profit before and isn't making one now, then look to see what changes have happened and, did a significant portion close down? Did the person have to buy a vehicle? Were they getting free labor before, now they have to pay somebody? Things like that they were showing a profit before, but now they're not. So you gotta kind of dig down and find out what the deal is. And then if, like Frank said, if it turns out that it's just the operator not doing as they should, then there's other things you have to do. And then as a rep, if you're asking what you do as a rep, well, you represent the operator and the program. You make sure if they are put on a PIP that their rights are followed, that they're given all the opportunities they're supposed to be given, like Frank said, through job coaching and all of that sort of thing, and go from there.
It's an unenviable position.
It is, yes.
No, it's all
Yeah.
But necessary.
Yeah. and that's, Mr. Chair, and that's where I'm at with it. It's like, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus kind of deal, right? But at the same time, it can jeopardize a piece of the program.
Absolutely.
You know, that's what my major concern is. So, I'm going on limb and just say this. Jim Davis has a person running his facility. And it's not a good look. It's not a good look. And it's not even what we have priority.
It's a non-priority
Careful
location.
what you say specifically right now.
Yeah.
About persons.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to do. So can we scrap the name for it?
No, you're fine with the name, but be careful what you say about,
And I just said, it's not a
especially
good look.
employee. Be very careful what you say about his employee. That's my best legal advice to you.
Okay.
Keith, I would suggest that, like Chloe said, you and Jim and Sally sit down, and maybe the consultant, you know, Scott, sit down and talk through all of this. I know there's been some talks on individual basis, but I don't know if all of you've gotten together, to talk about it. So that would be my suggestion, sit down and talk about, and then somebody talk to the operator. Okay, and find out that, hey man, what's going on here? There might be something they have to say about it too, I don't know.
And Keith, I will try and get with you at some point and outside of this meeting, and I will, and if that operator's not answering your calls, I will try and call him as well, but I need to talk to you first and see if you even want me to do that. If not, you know, and if you don't, that's fine, either way. And yeah, like Annette said, you guys will have to figure out what direction you guys want to go and need to go with it. And we don't need to get into what all the issues are here today. It sounds like there are some, so, and you know what those are, and you guys will figure it out at the selection panel, or local committee, however you want to say it, and kind of work through it from there. And I'll be happy to talk to you outside of the meeting. If you need to talk to me or have more questions, I will be happy to answer. You're welcome to call other committee members too. You don't just have to give my opinion. But I'm just putting it out there that I talk to a lot of people about a lot of different things, but I'm willing to do it if you choose to do that as well.
Mr. Chair, I'm not trying to bring up a stink. It's just, the program has been good for me.
No.
And I'm just coming to the point in my life where it needs to be here for other people.
Well, of course it does.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. So it's like, we don't want one leg kicked out.
That's what we should know for every place.
Yeah.
So you have some ideas now, Keith, of what, you know, where it needs to go or what you need to do, and not just me, but other committee members will help you as well, or at least talk to you about it. I mean, ultimately, the decision is going to be up to you and Jim Lutz and Sally, and probably to some degree Christie, depending on what the panel says or what route they choose to go. So I hope we're providing you with some helpful information, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Thanks.
You're welcome. The next item on the agenda is everybody's favorite.
Yeah, I threw my hat in the ring
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary.
regarding the previous topic.
Oh,
You know,
my apologies.
the auditor's recommendations and everything, what we do. And if we're gonna, I don't see any reason why, since we've got an hour and a half, and I don't know how big the rest of the agenda is, I don't think it's very big. There's no reason that we as a committee can't spend a few minutes hashing some of this stuff out, because this is really important stuff. I mean, I've got all kinds of questions, like, you know, what's going to qualify as appropriate documentation? What's going to, you know, there's all kinds of questions, and there's no reason that we as a committee can't, and the Bureau with us right now, that we can't all participate together a little bit and to give the work group a little guidance and so forth.
Yep.
It's going to end up right back here anyway, so let's give you a good foundation to work with before you come back.
And Mr. Chair, I was late, so I apologize I don't really know how that started. Is there a quick recap?
No, it has to do with the program audit that went on back in was it September through November or September through October, something like that. And then they had their list of, auditor had their list of recommendations or suggestions, whatever you want to call them.
So it all stems from this OVM thing that's been going on for the past 6 years?
I would say yes.
More, Mr. Chair, more specifically to the most current one, recommendation, which has to do with they're willing to accept that the Bureau, the OBM and the Bureau are willing to accept that if there are anomalies within our reports, then that can potentially trigger a need for documentation and so forth. And apparently that's going to now happen. I want to make sure that if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. And we're not going to harm operators, and we're not going to unduly burden operators, and all of those things. It needs to. I don't object to it happening in principle, but I want it to happen in an appropriate way that accomplishes what it's supposed to accomplish without undue burden or potential for abuse by anybody to harm operators.
Mr. Chair, I object to it happening in principle because this all started in 2017 with Vicki Smith and her fiscal fitness days after they came back from a management retreat. And it's gone through so many mutations. There's nothing genuine about this anymore. These are just recommendations. There's nothing that says we have to go along with these.
Except that the committee did already agree.
But agree to what?
Well, I was going to say, it was, the committee agreed to some extent. Originally, we agreed to the one, looking at different expenses. They would pick one per month. Everyone, I think, agreed that was ridiculous. It told us nothing. So what? Someone showed up with a receipt that said they paid $1,000 for a phone bill. They showed up with the receipt. It said it paid it. It did nothing for the program. It didn't help. It didn't do a thing. So this latest thing, when we talked to, Frank and I talked to the OBM folks with Christie and said, look, this does nothing. And they agreed. They said what actually would do something to protect the program is if there are anomalies. If somebody is in the red for several months in a row. If somebody is paying something outlandish for a particular bill. If there is something, then it can be questioned. And the committee was on board with that, and in some cases rightfully so. Keith's example is a good one of why it would benefit folks to realize if there's a problem that somebody can look at it. What we need to do is figure out what those anomalies are and do it in such a way, like Derek said, that we're not harming or burdening operators in the process. We're not going after operators and questioning every little thing each of us does and all that, but finding out what those anomalies are and being able to figure out if there is a problem.
Well, Mr. Chair, unless I misheard in the wrong way, this is covered. It was broad across all categories. That doesn't sound like specific anomalies. I think that needs to be spelled out very precisely so that we don't get drowned in what this has been for the past 6 years.
Mr. Chair, that's exactly what we want to do, is figure out what an anomaly is. What would trigger that? What going into red 1 month, that can happen. You could, buy new tires for a van or something in January and, it can happen. You going into red 3-4 months in a row, maybe you you gotta question it. We have to decide what those anomalies are. You're exactly right. We need to put a definition to it, a barrier to it, whatever, to make it so when there is a problem, if and when someone is having a genuine problem with their facility, or in rare occasions abusing things, that we know about it.
Well, Mr. Chair, this all started in 2017 with no active participation.
We know that.
They said that that's what they were doing, and there was no discussion about it beforehand.
So, Mr. Chair, it's Christie, and I think that, again, what Amy's saying is that we've got some time. Again, the purpose, and I can't change the narrative, I can't change it from past administrations. It's not out of position. We're not coming from a position of harming an operator. I can see where you guys automatically go to that because of past practices. I think the point is let's come together, come up with a solution on not casting this huge wide net. And I agree with Annette. I think we were all just checking a box. Oh, let's collect a phone bill. What does that even mean? And I think that, even trying to figure out a percentage and then absolutely involving the local committee on what's going on and to help an operator that might be struggling, not to ding them, but maybe it's a new operator, maybe there's some issues. And again, at the end of the day, this all affects the service charge. And I would think that you guys too would want everyone to, to be on an even playing field and fair, that, people are holding their weight and not, and I understand each business can do it different and there's nuances. I get that. But again, I think that it's coming together, working together to come up with a solution. Will it be perfect? Probably not. But we need to get the wagons to move west.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask a question that's probably not going to be looked on nicely, but as long as we're reviewing expenses, how about we look at all the expense that we spend on management?
Mr. Chair, we are looking at that actually, and I think that there's going to be some things that come out in the next month that you guys are going to be happy about. You'll find out more, I think, here in the next month. So we are looking at that, Dave.
All right. Do we have any other?
I just want to make one comment, sorry.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I just want to make one comment, Mr. Chair. The thing, when you all started that back in, and when I was running on the base, and you do got to make sure that you don't consider what location, what type of facility, because I don't think that was looked at. And I had 11 employees, and a lot of stuff was questioned, you know what I mean? And, with a high overhead, you can't compare a vending route to what someone's running, and I think that's what was happening. And actually, and we were looking at percentages and all that, that cost me a facility. You know what I mean? Because I didn't get a facility because of percentages, but you're comparing me to someone who has a vending route, and it's unfair. So I think we need to make sure when we are looking at that, we're considering what the type of facility that we're, and what their overhead and their issues are.
I think what had happened, Yvette, was, and I don't know if it was with that situation, but I know at one point, and I know the committee had a big discussion, because at one point, this was when Chris Johnson was running the Rhodes office tower, and they were just looking at his cafeteria and yours, because both were cafeterias. They thought they should be, the same. Well, you had a different setup than he does over. There was your style setup was food court, I believe, and his was more of a standard cafeteria dining. You go through the line. So yeah, you needed more employees. Anyway, I know the committee had a big discussion about that with management at that point in time, that there's no way you can compare those two facilities, even though they are the same format, they're different. They said cafeteria on paper,
yeah,
but in reality, they were, the operational style of the cafeterias were different. So.
Mr. Chair.
Oh my.
Scenario.
Go ahead, Amy.
Amy.
Eric was in there.
Well, what I was proposing to go over with the work group, it doesn't compare facilities to facilities. It just compares that facility to itself over a course of time. So Frank, for instance, if your rest area doesn't have any drastic changes for any month in a year, like you may not be asked for anything. Like it's just documented that the percent change of your facility wasn't great enough to strike any anomalies or outliers. Like it's running status quo. So there would be no, comparing of this vending route to a cafeteria or cafeteria against a cafeteria. Like it would just be comparing the facility against itself.
So, Mr. Chair, I've started this by pointing out that when we had all these discussions, the most recent round, and there's no need to go back to 2017 because everything that was done back then stopped and everything. This is concerning a new report by OBM with new recommendations. So that's all we really need to focus on right now. But through that, we never talked about this in terms of sales and other things. We only talked about this in terms of expenses and receipts to verify expenses and so forth. And now, without notice, it's flopped over, or at least, unless I missed it somewhere, and that's clearly possible. But it seems like that popped in out of nowhere all of a sudden. And I don't object to that either necessarily. But we've got to do it right. And we need to have deep conversations about what triggers this, what's a reasonable explanation when the question's asked, who gets to be involved in what whether the explanation is reasonable or not, and if it leads to the point where somebody has to provide documentation, what qualifies as documentation? And is it the same for everybody? And the reason I object to sales in particular is, I don't need to get it. It's just, that's either got, if you're gonna start requiring verification of sales and stuff, that's either gotta be everybody or nobody. And there's that's a completely separate animal from verifying expenses reported on an MOR. Because reporting sales is rife with all kinds of problems that we can't even begin to imagine.
Yeah, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I tend to agree with what Derek's saying as far as the sales go, because if you're asking someone to verify sales, you're basically telling them, we don't believe what you're putting on this MOR. I mean, there's no other reason to do that. Now, you can maybe call them up and say, hey, your sales went up, your sales went down, did something happen, what's going on? That's legitimate, but verification of sales is way different than verification of expenses and stuff. Because expenses, you could say, hey, we believe you paid this, or what happened? Sales, it's a number. I mean, you're just going to put it out there, and if the Bureau wants that verified, then that means they're saying, we don't believe what you put. And that's a problem.
Oh my, I'm trying to. Was it Keith?
Yeah, Keith.
I was trying to wait for her to get done. Were you done?
Yeah, I'm done, Keith.
I only can talk about me. My credit card readers do credit card sales, and it also does cash sales, which I know you can testify my sales went up because I was trying to do it without those numbers, and my sales were down. So now I actually document them accurately to make my sales go up. And my whole point is, I pay a decent service charge so that I can continue to contribute to the program. That's it.
And was it Dave?
Yeah, I just, there's no real way to verify sales to begin with, and just the idea of it is ridiculous. If somebody's sales went up, be happy. Don't ask for verification. Like they're automatically lying. That assumption is just offensive. And even verifying the expenses is this kind of thing in the rules now?
So, sort of.
It is.
It's in there.
It is.
They have to have calls. And that's what we're trying to figure out, is what
What justifies
that,
cause?
yes.
And that's gonna be the big thing that needs to be. The potential for this to get out of control is already more of a probability than potential anyway.
Mr. Chair, this is a good discussion. I think, we can bring a lot of this, I'm listening to it, but, and it's some good ideas for the work group to work on. And it definitely will be the full committee inputting in on this.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Well, we don't even check anomalies, really. We let an operator with 110 machines turn in $20 total sales for a month and didn't bat an eye. Kent State, June 2021. So, it may be insulting, Dave, but it is needed.
Well, okay, so Mr. Chair, you're gonna have solitary cases where something should have been done, but those are, you pursue those individually based on what's going on. It doesn't, one incident doesn't justify addressing it to everybody.
Mr. Chair, and I mean, to the Bureau's credit, I think that's what they're attempting to do, is develop a rationalization and justification for such actions. But I think we have to be really careful with how we establish that and organize that. And I'll say something unpopular, and, I agree that there needs to be more accountability. I mean, looking at the recent big book, I was appalled at some of the things I saw. I don't disagree with the Bureau that there needs to be greater accountability for what's coming into the program. I agree also. And I know there's some people that agree with me on that. But it's dangerous to accomplish. I mean, it's not dangerous, but I mean, it's problematic to accomplish what would be necessary to get to all that. And there are other states that do some draconian things to, I mean, like Michigan, for example, they're required to turn in their credit card reader reports. And by the way, if you don't meet a certain percentage of net profit over a certain period of time, you could lose your facility. So, I mean, and that, we sure as hell don't want to go to that extent or that route. That doesn't mean we don't need to head some direction to guarantee that the program's making the most of its resources. I just think we have to be careful how we do it. And I don't object to sales verifications in particular, but I do in this case, because it's inequitable in so many ways, and it will be so useless in so many ways. There's better ways to accomplish that one. I was on board with the expenditures version of this. I mean, the expenses version of this. But you start rolling in everything else, I can't be down with it. There's better ways to accomplish what that attempts to accomplish.
John.
I just want to say, I agree with Derek in that, when I looked at that last big book, I saw some really bad things and nothing's being done to find out why those are happening. It needs to be done as long as it's done in the proper fashion.
Mr. Chair? And that's what we're going to work on, what that proper fashion is. That's what needs to be worked on, so that when there is something bad happening, we can figure it out, look at it, analyze it, do whatever we need to do with it to try and fix it. But we got to do it on a line where we're not harming folks, and we're not taking people's autonomy away of being able to run their businesses either, so.
Mr. Chair.
John.
I just want to say, I mean, in my situation, like for myself, if someone has a way for me to reduce expenses, go for it. I'm all ears, because that means there's more money in my pocket.
All right, Mr. Chair, who else going to be on this work group?
I don't know yet. That's going to be up to the work group chair.
Which is me,
Who was that?
I'm the work group chair, I'll put together a group.
That's where it's going to have to go, because we're not going to solve all of it today, but it is a good discussion. We needed to have it, and we will, Annette will work on the work group, and they'll come up with some options and hopefully bring them back to the committee, and we'll have this discussion again. And a second or third time, if we need to. I think Amy said it just needs to be done before October 1st, so we do have some time, and we are going to be having some meetings in between now and October 1st. Yes, we have to.
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair, I would specifically like to be considered for that work group.
All right. The next item on the agenda is everybody's favorite topic. I'm joking, but it's complicated. University of Cincinnati, and I had on here an update, and then the issues. The 10% discount on beverage machines and reimbursement. I didn't put reimbursement on there. I forgot to put that word in there for some reason, but that's one of the things I think that we need to talk about. The other one is the farmer's fridge discussion and meal swipes. And then I do know that, and I'll let Dave or Christy or somebody pick this up. I was on a lot of the farmer's fridge call yesterday. I had to leave at around 12:16, 12:20, somewhere in there, because I needed navigation on my phone. Anyway, but there were some concerning things, at least some things that concerned me that I heard on that call, but I don't know. Dave, do you want to go, or do you want Christy or somebody else to?
Well, I mean, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't mind hearing what Christie's opinion of that call. And then I can, so after that call, I'll let Christie give her opinion first.
So, Mr. Chair, so we had a call yesterday with Farmer's Fridge, with the sales rep, the regional sales manager, another sales rep. Dave was on the call, Seth was on the call, I think Patrick was on the call, so the effective operators were on the call. They state that they have partnerships with BE programs in Illinois, Indiana, and Minnesota, so I do plan on following up with those 3 states. Again, Farmer's Fridge, the 4 core places where they operate are in airports, commercial real estate, like think Google, universities, and healthcare. 2 types of agreements. There's contracts, which are legal and include subsidies, which we'll get into, and then universal statement of work, which is what they have right now that Airmark has. One of the things that was confusing in a prior email that was pointed out to me, and I questioned the lady off the bat, was she kept on saying something about their agreement with the university, and I'm like, please, I need to stop you. We've been under the impression that you don't have an agreement with the university directly, it's with Airmark. And she said, yes, you're correct, it's with Airmark. I'm like, okay. They do have standard terms and conditions, and she's planning on sending those over that talk about indemnification insurance. So then she explains subsidies, and again, let me remind, right now Airmark does not have a subsidy contract right now. But the subsidies, how they work is that if there's a subsidy contract, there is a baseline minimum by machine that Farmer's Fridge requires. I think regardless of the type of facility, or maybe it was just that universities specifically, I don't know if it was regardless of type, but it's $2,400 that they expect that's their break even on sales per month per machine, $2,400. So if there is a subsidy contract and the machine only makes $2,000, the contractor, whoever holds that contractor, would be responsible for paying Farmer's Fridge $400. Again, Airmark does not have, they're not under a subsidy right now. The other thing that they talked about was that the first 12 months after a machine is placed, and again, I think we need to follow up. It was my impression that, I don't know if it was based off of when the contract was signed or when the machine was placed, but let's say the contract or machine was placed January 1st at UC. the first 12 months, if the contractor, Airmark in this situation, wants a machine removed, they don't want it there, they want it removed, not even moved to another area, they want it removed, $2,000 fee that Airmark's on the hook. If we were to take over, if our individual operators take over their contracts in the fall, in August, again, the risk is from August until January. If they wanted a machine removed, they'd be on the hook for $2,000. After January, after that 12 months, there is that goes away. So that's important. Commissions. Commissions are 10%, but it's above the baseline minimum. So if a machine does $2,500, it's 10% on $100. It's not, if the machine does 2,000, there's no commission. It has to be above that 2,400 mark. Our operators asked multiple times during the call if and I know Patrick did, and I think Dave, you did too, if they would be willing to share the sales data currently that UC's doing or Airmark's doing with Farmers Bridge. And she refused, said that it was proprietary, that she was not able to share that information at all, the sales data. I also need, they talked about a 30-day window, and Dave, maybe you can, and I think we need to follow up on this 30-day window. So if our operators get into contracts with them come like August before the end of this, so I also found out yesterday that starting May 6th, when the university shuts down for the summer, Farmers Bridge shuts down. So there's not going to be any Farmers Bridge this summer. So I think that that's an ample opportunity for us to take over those, our operators to take over those contracts before the start of next school year. But there's this 30-day window, and I'm unsure. And I also need to follow up and say, when does this, do they have to get into another contractual agreement, which I believe you would have to, for it to trigger some subsidy thing? Because, and she even said, she's like, there is some risk, but I said, but right now, Airmark doesn't have a risk right now because there's no subsidy tied to it. Airmark is not having a risk. If a subsidy comes into play or how that's triggered, I think that we need to follow up and have some more conversations about that. And I mean, that's pretty much what I remember. I know Seth Ryan, I don't know if he's on the phone right now. He had some questions too, but Dave, I'll let you talk.
Well, so.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead, Derek.
I want to know what is before the committee right now. Are we being asked to decide whether operators at UC should be able to contract with Farmers Bridge, or are we asking, is the committee supposed, is the Bureau supposed to be giving a waiver to Farmers Bridge to operate vending machines on UC? What are we being asked for here?
Well, so Mr. Chair, after the call with Farmers Bridge, me, Pat, and Seth had a phone call, and we talked about several different ideas. None of us seem too keen on signing this contract with them that obligates us to exorbitant fees, a $2,000 removal fee, and anything below the baseline, we're responsible to make them whole, where that's going to put, crazy obligations on us. So one option or one alternative was to maybe approach UC and see if they would take the contracts and just give us our commission if they are above their baseline. Pat doesn't think that'll work. He doesn't think they'll agree to that because he says their argument's going to be we can't even have a contract to do our own beverage service, so we're not going to do it for Farmers Bridge. So the other alternative we were talking about was it would require an amendment to the current VGA with UC, and that would be that if UC wants us to partner with these third-party providers, that they would be willing to cover the expenses. Since we have no input, or we had no input on where these machines went, where they're placed in those buildings. You know, we weren't involved in any of that. We're being asked to sign on the line with no sales information, and we had no input on where the machines were. So I think a contract amendment that would make UC responsible for those fees if they happen. That's the best thing for all of us.
Mr. Chair,
Jared.
I'll return to my question. What's the committee being asked to determine? And by the way, I will say this. There is nothing in the law that allows any third party to operate vending machines at the UC campus. Not allowed.
Well, Mr. Chair, I mean, this has been going on since last year, of course, everybody knows that. But I think the Bureau would have a big problem basically allowing Aramark to enter into the mix here. It is directly against our contract with them. And I think that should be addressed.
What should be addressed?
The fact that Aramark's even involved at this point.
With vending machines?
Well, yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, and that's what I'm trying to get at. What the hell are we talking about here? If there's vending machines being operated on UC that aren't being operated by us, they're illegal and they need to be removed from the campus immediately.
So, Mr. Chair.
Aramark is allowed to operate food service, but they're not allowed to operate vending machines. And they're not allowed to contract with anybody to operate vending machines.
Just a little information on that.
Hang on.
So the farmer's fridge lady likes to, she referenced it several times, that they are more like a restaurant. And I corrected her and said, you may want to be a restaurant, but you are in fact a vending machine.
All right, Chris, was it Christie?
Yeah. So, I don't even know where to begin. So, again, last fall, UC came to us first, as they should. It's our priority. We get first right of refusal. And priority, again, is anything on federal and state property, they have to come to us first. Absolutely did. They did. There was conversation with the area manager and the local committee, back and forth, back and forth. I don't think we had all the right information. It would have been wonderful to have this call that we had yesterday when we did, and to have all that information. So we said we were going to pass on this opportunity. So it wasn't that Aramark just did this without our knowledge, or that UC, but UC has this need. UC doesn't care how this needs carried out. We agree, Aramark shouldn't be running it. Our operators should. Our operators should be running it. And we allow in our thing that you guys can subcontract. And this is going to be the future. These different machines, and it's going to be, and it's an opportunity for our operators to make money. It shouldn't be going to Aramark. It should be going to our operators, and our operators. But I think where we are going to, where it gets complicated, and I don't know what decision is to be made, to your point right now, Derek. I really don't. I think this was, for me, more informational. But there's going to be decision points down the line of, you know, is it still the local committee that makes these decisions on these things, and or what happens? What happens when, like, if I'm just putting this out here, if like Dave is offered an opportunity to run Farmer's Fridge or and another entity, and he says, you know what, it's not for me, I don't want to do this. Okay, do we pass on it, or do we offer it to Patrick or Seth? Because they're at that thing. Those are conversations that this committee's going to have to figure out in the future. But right now, everyone said that they wanted that the Farmer's Fridge go to our operators. We take, the Aramark should not be in it. Everyone agrees, Aramark is out of it. So at this point, and again, I understand, Dave, when you're saying you guys don't want to be on the hook from this, you know, the subsidy. But right now there is no subsidy, so I don't see where there's a risk. I guess we have to ask what triggers a subsidy, and then at that point, there is a risk that we have to inherently decide, is this a business that you guys, either independently or as a BE group, want to pursue, or if we don't, then it is up to the university to decide how to carry out their service. That's when we say it doesn't, we're not giving away our priority, we're saying this isn't suitable for us right now. And we do that all the time, even with UC. They've come to us on a number of occasions. Do you want this coffee machine? Do you want to open up a coffee shop? No, no. Then they're free to go and do what they want, either through Airmark or whoever. So I think that that's what we all have to figure out going forward. And again, we've got some time now because they're shutting down but we need to make decisions sooner rather than later and not wait for the 11th hour to figure out how we're going to go forward.
So, Mr. Chair.
Hang on a second, Dave. Annette asked.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Annette.
Christie, I cannot say you are completely wrong.
About what?
There is, our operators have they came to, you're right, University of Cincinnati came to us, we said no, isn't it? What should have happened right there at that point is no farmer's fridge, period. No farmer's fridge. Now it's there, we can't change the past. So our operators are looking at whether this is a good business decision for them to find a way to take this over. Dave threw out a couple of negotiation points and this and that might be able to be doable. But when push comes to shove at the end of the day, our operators are going to decide if this is a good business decision for them to contract with Farmer's Fridge. They may decide it is. From what I heard, I would say it's not, but they may decide, hey, this is good. And they might contract with them and then move on. At some point though, if our operators say, no, this isn't gonna work, there's too much risk, it's not gonna make us enough money, then Farmer's Fridge has to go. And UC doesn't get to decide that they want a particular kind of vending machine on their campus. We do the vending. It's all up to us to do the vending. If they wanted a coffee vending machine, and we said this isn't an appropriate place for a coffee vending machine, guess what? They don't get a coffee vending machine there.
So what about if they want to offer fresh salads? How are we going to offer fresh salads?
In their cafeteria.
Okay.
In their cafeteria.
So this,
or
we will not.
We might decide to put a food machine of our own there.
Okay. And I hear you. I absolutely hear you. I think that this will eventually go into a 119 with a university bringing us to a 119 saying that we are preventing them from providing what they want for their students. And that's fine. I think it needs to be decided one and for all. It's fine. But I think that that's where it's going to get a little fuzzy, that they want to offer this service. And again, I think that the cafeteria, to say, we're not interested and your only venue is to do it within your cafeteria that have certain hours open in certain area. Again, we can go down that line and maybe, I don't know, maybe this is, we asked for an AG opinion, I don't know.
Mr. Chair?
Gary.
I mean, our objection isn't to salads being sold, our objection is to vending machines. And the law's objection is to vending machines.
So, and I hear you, but right now, and they're already approaching us, and this is good to have this conversation. We've already been approached that there's these new things coming out. There's pizza vending machines, there's hamburger vending machines, there's robots, and we either need to get on this, like that we're interested and we want to be a piece of it, or we're going to be fighting them, preventing them from getting it, because they want it, it's the wave of the future. So I think as a committee, we need to decide that we're either going to say, you can't have this and we don't want it, or how do we become part of it? I think that's, and I understand where you guys are coming from. You guys are saying, no, we have absolutely every single right to say we don't want it, but you can't have it. I get it. But I think that's where the problem's gonna lie. And I'm just being honest.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you. We need to find out if that is a new thing and it could be profitable for an operator on government property, we should determine that. And if it's not, they don't get to do it either.
Okay, and we'll tell them that.
I mean, we already have an Attorney General's opinion that says they can't hold us ransom by saying, if you can't bundle stuff together to get us out. That's not how it works. The priority is ours, and it's ours to determine what's suitable to be a vending operation. And maybe it will be good, the salads in the vending machine are not a good idea, they're not a profitable thing, but I wouldn't deny that there might not be a profitable pizza machine on a college campus. Maybe there is, but we get to figure that out. And if it's not, they don't get to override that. They can't put vending machines out on campus where we have the priority for the vending machine. They can have the cafeteria if they want it,
So I will
but they
ask,
can't have vending if we want the vending. And we determine what's appropriate vending, not them.
And
So,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Derek, we also have right, and I made this clear to that lady too. We have right too, because again, Randolph Shepherd says that vending includes open food. So before any university even puts out a open food contract or goes to Airmark, they have to come to us first.
Yes.
So then because vending includes open food, so then we passed on the open food
Yes.
contracts.
Yes.
But you're now parsing that vending is special and we have the whole
Yes.
market on
Yeah,
vending.
no, that is true.
Where in law does it say that?
That is true, absolutely. And I'll show you an Attorney General's opinion that says you can't say if they don't take the cafeteria, they can't have the vending. I'll show you the Attorney General's opinion that says that.
And the opinion of the general, that
Attorney General?
opinion says that they absolutely have to come to us for first refusal. But it doesn't say that if we refuse to do it, that they can't then go get that
It
service
says they
other way.
can't bundle vending
Correct.
with the
100%.
cafeteria.
100%.
Yes. So if we say to them, yeah, we don't want the open food, they can't demand then that we don't get the vending because they need the vending to subsidize their cafeteria. That's not how it works. And it's true with this vending. You can't, if we say you're not getting a pizza vending machine, they can't then put one in.
Okay.
well, one thing you just reminded me of, Christie and Derek, with that discussion is, you know, we went down a really weird road in I believe it was 2019 with Toledo, where they did use bundling as a method to keep us from taking over, I believe, the beverage. Owens, I'm sorry, not Toledo, Owens Community College.
UC tried it at one point, didn't they?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
so
Derek.
on that call, the lady from Farmer's Fridge, she said, if you guys don't want to pay the subsidy, or you don't want to pay the removal fee for the machine, that basically constitutes a refusal, and that would be a waiver, and we would just go back to Aramark. And I said, no, you can't do that. But Tanya told her on the call that she could do that. And I just, what we came up with when me, Pat, and Seth talked after that call, an amendment to the BGA where if UC wants these like newer, like unproven machines, if they would be willing to take the financial risk if it doesn't work, like subsidies, they don't even have one right now. And they're not gonna wanna remove machines yet. So there's no financial risk for them, but if they would be willing to assume the potential costs for that when they want these machines, then we would be free to partner with whoever we need to provide the services that they're looking for. It's a win-win for everybody.
One they probably won't do, Dave, but it's not a bad idea.
Well, it's, when we're gonna be,
The question,
we're gonna be figuring out a new BGA anyway, and that's probably something that needs to be in a new one, at the very least.
the question I have about UC right now is, Aeromark has this contract with Farmer's Fridge. My question, I guess, is just a general, sort of talking to committee members, does that put UC in violation of their agreement with us?
Yes, to me.
Well, but I'm asking for Derek, Annette, John, Keith, Dave.
What exactly are you asking, Frank?
I'm asking the Aeromark has down at UC, Aeromark has a contract with Farmer's Fridge right now, not with UC. So UC says they're out of that, you know, that contract's with Aeromark. Farmer's Fridge says a contract with Aeromark that, well, first, like Christie said, the lady from Farmer's Fridge kept saying it was with UC, but Christie corrected her and she said, yeah, that's correct. But I'm asking, is Aeromark having that, or UC allowing Aeromark to have that contract with Farmer's Fridge, is that in violation of our contract with UC?
Well, Mr. Chair, that's in violation of the
The
law.
law.
If they place a vending machine, they violated the law. It doesn't matter who did it. no?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, take the air mark out of it. What if one of the fraternities decided they wanted
That's true.
to sell pop?
Yeah.
And they put up a pop machine, or snacks, we'll even use snacks, it's a better example under the current circumstances. So they said, hey, my dad has a vending machine, and it's just sitting there, it's an old one, and they went and popped it there in front of their frat house on campus. They're not allowed to do that. And say that you got someone that you see to say, hey, yeah, that's cool, you can do that. It'd be in violation. This is really no different. It's just a little fancier in the contract.
Mr. Chair, now the question is UC as the property manager responsible to see that the law in that case isn't broken? Probably, but I don't know for certain. That would get more complicated and would actually need a real lawyer, not just a TV lawyer.
The only other thing, and I believe the committee weighed in on this in March, was I know there continues to be discussion about Farmers Fridge and meals. Well, there's two other things. The Farmers Fridge and meal swipes. I know the committee made a motion. I did not see the motion sheet. I apologize for that. I overlooked it somehow. Was that motion accepted? That I did not know.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. All right. And I think the only other thing that I'm aware of that Dave may want to talk about was the beverage machines and the 10% discount and reimbursement. Is that correct, Dave?
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, I think that depends on the basis for our argument for reimbursement from the snack machines. And that would be, the board would have to answer that. If they went back to UC and said, hey, you took this money, we never agreed to pay it, you have to give it back, then we have no recourse to get reimbursed for the beverage machine. But if they use that circuit court decision to justify reimbursement from the snacks, then that covers every machine that we operate. So I don't know how the argument was approached with UC to get our reimbursement for the discount on the snacks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what motion were you referring to?
Oh, I was just asking about the motion for meal swipes. I think Annette said it was accepted from the March meeting, the motion on meal swipe, Farmers Fridge and meal swipes. I think there was a motion made that.
Yeah. Do you want me to read the response? Is that what you were asking about?
We adopted it.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, it was passed. I don't think I need, I'll
okay.
go find
Sorry.
it. For some reason, I didn't see them in my email. I'll have to look, and if I don't have them, I'll get somebody to send them.
Mr. Chair, what was the motion about meal swipes? What was it? I
Well,
don't
how-
even remember.
The motion was that we accept all, we don't accept their counter position to just take half of the farmer's fridge. That we take all of it. And I made that crystal clear with them, that we want all of the farmer's fridge, and that if meal swipes are a requirement, just tell us how to do it and we'll make it happen.
Well, the meal swipes aren't on us to make happen. That's Farmers Fridge. They have to do it. And their machines, the card readers that they use, their machine, if they were going to use part level readers, their machines would have to be physically modified. They only have one small space on their machine for a reader, and it's very small. The lady yesterday on the Farmers Fridge call, she never even mentioned meal swipes.
Meal swipes were never mentioned yesterday.
They're not a prohibitive factor. They never were. That was, UC was using that to try to scare us away, basically.
There we go.
Is there an emergency?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Okay. So Dave, you had a question, were you asking a question in relation to the?
I was asking how the Bureau approached UC to get the 10% discount reimbursed on the snack machines.
We stated that you guys have requested that. We did not mention the Sixth Circuit. I know you guys keep on mentioning the Sixth Circuit. Again, we can fight them on that. I think their response to that is going to be that we agreed to honor the 10% on the beverages. You know, again, that was conversation.
Well, but, so, Mr. Chair, we actually, on that call that we had after the Farmers Ridge call, since you never referenced that in your argument, we're not gonna argue about the beverages.
So we're not going to pursue getting the reimbursement for beverages?
Not for
but-
beverages.
Okay, that's good to know, Dave. And then just so everyone else is aware and knows, and it's out there, that again, UC told us that they are shutting off the discount for both beverages and snacks at the end of this semester, which I think is May 6th or something.
May 7th?
No, Mr. Chair, according to all of that, we have to provide them an invoice for money that they took from us that they actually still owe us.
Correct. But again, Sally said, and she's always said this too, that we're willing to help you guys create that invoice. We can do the legwork. We just need to know the amount. I know Seth's got his exact amount. And again, it's just because again, it's bureaucracy. It's state government. You always need something to pay against. And so you need some sort of invoice that, like, for us, we can't pay a bill we have to have an invoice.
Well, I was kind of concerned that maybe they were trying to lock us into an invoice so that if we discover some error after the fact, that we can't go back and, hey, you messed up, you still owe us a little bit more.
No, I don't think that's it. And I think that if we were to find an error, we could do that, Dave. I honestly do. I think, again, they just need an invoice and we can help the operators create one.
Mr. Chair, the only other thing I was thinking about with UC was that Aramark is running 2 convenience stores on campus, Main Street Market and there's a convenience store in TUC. And the people working in those stores are wearing Aramark shirts. And to my knowledge, they never came to us about convenience stores, or did they?
Dave, I don't know the honest answer to that question, and it could have been a long time ago. So we would have to go back and look.
Mr. Chair, we need to check if they're running convenience stores as a non-open food. And if we were not offered those, and I'm absolutely sure we would not have turned them down.
What all is in that? Off the top of your head, do you know what all is in that convenience store?
I'm sure it's beverages and it's snacks and any number of other things. I've never been in there myself.
Answer that.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Tony.
can answer that.
Go ahead.
So right now, I know there's Express Market over at King Benjamin at TUC, and there's Market on Main, which is kind of by the rec center. I actually went in there to get prices because I know the operators been wanting to raise prices come this summer, so I went there to get the pricing for those locations, as well as I got the new Pepsi increased price list that'll go into effect in July. And they have, excuse me, they have coolers with all different kinds of Pepsi products. I will say there was 4 Coke products in there that were being sold out of the coolers. There are no LSS chips or single serve size. They're all 3 ounce and above bags of different snacks. They have candy bars, granola bars, protein bars, cookies. They also have some household products there for the students. And yeah, as far as I understand, it's just a small convenience store. I do know that there was also a little counter service over in, I guess what they call Teachers or Dyer. We did waive that because it was, I have to go back and look, but we waived that a long time ago. It's counter service, it's a little convenience store where it's a program, they call it the TAP program, where they have people with developmental issues working there. maybe 2-3 hours a day with a job coach or assistant to help them. Yeah. So I know we did waive that. Other convenience stores,
We would never
I
waive those.
don't think. Yeah, I don't think we were ever approached for those.
I'm not saying this to
And I don't know how.
I'm not saying this to defend
I don't know
UC.
how long they've been there.
Not saying this to defend UC. I don't know if they were saying that falls under another umbrella other than food service. I don't know how they did that. And like I said, I don't remember those two convenience stores. The one you were talking about with teachers or Dyer or whatever. It's been a while, but I do vaguely remember that one. And I think I had talked with Bill about that at length, because we both had pretty in-depth, him and I both talked about that pretty in-depth, because we wanted to be sure of what we wanted to do there. So, but we did ultimately waive
Yeah,
it.
Mr. Chair, because they needed the manager to be on site and work with the students that had developmental issues.
Right.
And I think that was the reason we passed on it.
Right.
Because I think they felt that the BE program, that we weren't qualified to have BE operators work as social counselors, basically.
Well, anyway, I'm going to ask if we can, just for reference, Christy, can we look and find out if we did waive them? And I'm not saying we did or didn't. I honestly don't know the answer. Not the one Tanya's talking about, but those other two that Dave brought up. If we can find out, because and I guess you could follow up with, I guess Tanya knows what the two Dave was referring to is, so you can maybe check with her and we can kind of go from there. But I don't know, Dave, if we would have even anybody interested in running those.
I'm sure probably all three of the operators on campus, Mr. Chair, I'm sure all three of them would at least consider that. I seriously doubt all three would turn one or both down. Those opportunities never crossed our path, I'm sure of that.
Well, we'll see if we can't find out what's going on with them, or if we waive them, or what's happening with them. But it's just a matter of doing the research and seeing if they were waived or not, or how they came to be, I guess.
So, Mr. Chair, in the interest of actually accomplishing something on all this besides hashing it out, so the idea of approaching UC about if they want to have these different types of machines that come out and are, kind of new and unproven, basically, if they would be willing to accept the financial risk, if it came to that, would we need a motion for you guys to approach them about that idea?
Mr. Chair, we don't need a motion. We will absolutely approach them with that idea. I don't know, again, I can't control what they're going to say or what they're going to come back or their reasoning or logic, but we can ask them about that, absolutely.
Well, I mean, Mr. Chair, I think that's a win-win for everybody. They get the newer machines they want, and we can't be expected to, those expenses for a farmer's fridge they're outrageous. $2,000 removal fee? I've never heard of such a thing. Although, on a much smaller scale, I think in future BGAs, we might consider something like that.
Mr. Chair, I'm afraid we can't plead that the law is on our side and then ask a potential grantor or property manager to assume the financial risks for the endeavor. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the suggestion, but it sounds like not a good idea. I mean, we simply run vending machines. We have the priority to do so, and we're the experts in the field. And if it seems worthwhile to explore pizza vending machines or hamburger vending machines, then we should do that. But we shouldn't try to obligate a property manager to assume the risk of what it is we're asking to do to begin with. I mean, it's a nice idea, but I don't think it's an appropriate idea. So I wouldn't make that motion. I would second it, but I wouldn't vote for it.
Well, I mean, Mr. Chair, fortunately, it doesn't sound like we need a motion for them to approach them and see what they say.
Yeah, and then the answer's probably gonna be no, to be honest.
Maybe not. I mean, let's face it, they want these types of things there. And I don't know if we'll win the argument that we don't want to put it there, so you can't have it. I think they would probably win that argument with more than a few people, that if we don't want to do it, they should be able to find somebody who will. I completely agree, we have priority there for sure. And they can't just run back to somebody else that shouldn't be doing it. But if they're willing to assume some of the financial risk there as far as these really high cost fees with removal and things like that. And again, we get no input on where these machines get placed. The machine that's in Muntz Hall is actually located in the back behind the snack bar.
Are we talking about some French Fresh, whatever machine?
Farmer's Fridge, yes.
Okay, well, we've answered that question. They don't belong there, Dave. Those machines should not exist on the campus of UC. And if we want to get into the pizza machine thing, let's try it. I don't have an objection to that. I'll make a motion right now to say, let's explore the possibilities of putting pizza vending machines on college campuses. I don't have a problem with that. Let's run a couple pilot
They haven't asked
programs.
for it yet.
Yeah, they haven't asked for me yet.
Oh, yeah, but maybe it's a good idea.
It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming, yeah, so we should explore doing it. And not mess with grantors over it and create problems that don't need to exist. Let's try it ourselves and see if it works. And that way, when they start demanding it, we can say, look, we have no proof of concept here because we couldn't prove the concept because it doesn't work.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I have actually looked into the pizza vending machine. I've considered approaching Christie about putting it at the Cleveland Post Office, where we took out a bunch of useless storage cabinets and duplicate machines and stuff, so I would be willing to be the pilot program. And I think up there we have the business 24 hours a day, then it might make some money.
I want to sell pizza at my rest stop.
Well,
Sounds pretty good, actually.
there was a test case in Cincinnati with a pizza vending machine. I think Pat told me it was roughly like 9-10 years ago, and apparently it was a big flop. That was not to say that they won't want another one. Now, in Farmer's Fridge case, because of their fees, I would have never picked them. This lady was a salesman, she was a salesperson, and she did not present her opportunity very well. She came across as really blunt and rude almost. And the fees her attitude was just, we are not going to lose money. So they expect us to lose money so that they don't have to.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
just coming from like the Coke world, like those fancy, I forget what they're called now, freestyle machines.
Freestyle, yeah.
The amount of fees that go into putting on someone else, like if we were coming into the Rhodes cafeteria and you said, I want a freestyle machine, if you can't stick to so many years agreement of having that machine, the fees to have that removed are crazy. They're unreal. So a lot of places don't want it because of that risk, but you have to think about how much time and effort goes into installing that machine and the use of that machine and all of that stuff. So there's a little bit more to it than just these fees are crazy. There's just a lot of time and effort from a company to spend on that asset.
All right.
Well, and Mr. Chair, I don't disagree with that. I know there's fees involved, but we can't, I don't know, I don't feel like individually we can't support their business while ours suffers under their fees. Now, I think.
But then we don't, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, this conversation is irritating me to no end. Then we shouldn't be trying to get into bed with them. Why are we even conversing with them?
Well,
we wouldn't be if they weren't already there.
And that's what I'm saying. We don't need to bitch about their fees because we're not going to get in bed with them. We need to get them off the campus. The machines, not them, but the
Well-
machines can't be there. They want to sell their salads
I think-
inside a cafeteria, they can, but there can't be vending machines there, and we should have no part with them, and we should have never had any part with them to begin with.
Well, and I think what the operators are trying to do, Derek, is do good grantor relations and provide UC with the service they wanted, but
That's-
It's fluid.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that's really what our main goal is. The problem is the machines are already there and operating. They have been since last year. So what do we do now? Now, what Derek is saying, I don't totally disagree with. But if we're going to go that route, we have to be able to support it in law. So we need to find out if we decide that we can't do the farmer's fridge machines for fees or whatever other reason, can we just make them remove them? We need to find out what kind of legal standing we have on that.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Derek,
I move that the Bureau aggressively, I don't want to do this in anger.
So, Ms.
I move that the Bureau research what's necessary to get the farmer's fridge vending machines removed from the UC campus.
all right.
Period. That's it.
Do we have a second?
Yes, I'm second.
Mr. Chair, can I talk?
Yes. Christie?
We can do this, we can. I just want you guys to look at the big picture. Again, they're partnering with college campuses around the country. Let me remind everyone that Ohio is unique where we have priority at colleges and universities. I don't want this to be a fight where they carve us out of that. And also in the law, and yes, I know that there's an AG opinion, but in the law, remember colleges and universities have that word called mutual in front of it. If we go to UC, and I'm willing, we can go there and we can talk with the director and everyone and say that the committee's position is that the farmer's fridge has got to go. That this is thwarting our footprint. But I think that there is consequences to that. I really do. And I just, but we can take that back, right? I mean, we can take that back. I mean, if this is your guys' wish.
Mr. Chair, the motion only suggests that they research getting them out.
It doesn't say go do it.
It doesn't say you have to do it. It just says research what would be necessary to do that. And I don't know that they're going to affect our businesses anyway. I mean, they possibly could if they do it in an insignificant way. But from what I've heard, they've done things like move our own equipment to get their equipment in. That's certainly unacceptable and shouldn't happen. And Farmer's Fridge is not doing anybody any favors, including Errol Mark and University of Cincinnati. They're just a monster that's going around gobbling everything up, and I don't know how long they'll be here. And I'm not worried about them at all. They're going to go belly up eventually.
And
Their business model is not sustainable. It's just not.
And Mr. Chair.
Annette, did you go?
Let whoever goes.
John was first.
John.
Yeah. I lost my-
My question is to Christie. You were on the call yesterday. If you were an operator, would you want to sign that contract?
So, again, if there is no, like, if we get that 6 months of the no $2,000, like, $2,000 removal fee thing, that concerns me, but that would only be an effect of how long that those machines have been there. If you get that removed, and it's a contract that doesn't require a subsidy, and if they ever required a subsidy, that there would be an out prior to signing that contract, which I think there would, which at that point in time we could bow out. I think, again, it's weighing the reward and the risk. I think that's it. Do I think, and again, they wouldn't share numbers. Do I think that Aramark is making a killing right now on commission from Farmer's Fridge? I don't. But I do think that the thing that we're all going to have to figure out is that the university has this need of healthy salads and they want it provided. And how, like, are we gonna provide it? Are we going to waive that opportunity? And how that works, I don't know. But
Mr. Chair, why is it necessary for the salads to be provided next to our snack and beverage equipment? Why can't it be provided where all the other food's provided on the campus? I don't understand that.
Well,
That doesn't make sense.
I think that it could actually increase our sales. If they're buying a salad, they could buy a pop
If
right
they're
next
buying
to
a
it.
salad, it's because they don't want to pop in a bag of
Mr.
chips.
Chair, and it comes down to the operators have the right to make the decision as to whether that fits in their business plan. They very well may say exactly what you said, Christy, this is well worth the risk. I could make a little money on it and keep it for the 6 months or whatever before I would incur any fees to move it. I'm willing to try that and see if it makes any money. The point is, it's up to our operators to decide that. Or if they want salads or something, maybe our operators think it's worth partnering with another entity to make the salads. Maybe they want to go to Sam's and pick them up and put them in a food machine. Maybe they don't, there are other ways to do it without forcing our folks to have to work with a particular company, i.e. Farmer's Fridge. They need to decide that for themselves.
Okay, I have a motion.
Well,
We have, go ahead,
Mr. Chair,
Tanya.
I wanted to ask one more thing.
Wait a second, Dave. Tanya?
Oh,
I think something, Dave and Christy heard this on the call yesterday, that Farmers Fridge is very adamant that they can't lose money. That's what they said, they can't lose money. So at any time that they begin losing money, 2, 3, 4 months in a row, they're gonna pull the machine.
That's what I thought.
So within this 12, so in these 12 months, the first 12 months, if after 3 or 4 months, they're not making any money, they're gonna pull that machine, period. I can't.
Now, if they pull it, there's no fee, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly. And I can't, Steve asked the question, Chris, if I was the operator going into this contract, I would do it. Only because if it's not making money, they're pulling it. I'm not getting charged for anything. I'm not paying a subsidy that first whatever. Because they said Airmark is not in a subsidized contract, so the operator is not in a subsidized contract. And if they do change it to a subsidized contract, that's going to have to be a renegotiation. And the operator will have to sign that. Well, I wouldn't sign it. So, for me, maybe I'm not thinking, I know I'm not thinking like everybody else, but I'd let it sit there for a year. And if it doesn't make money, I'm not doing anything.
All right.
okay.
Dave.
Mr. Chair, what about the Bureau? Do you guys partner with like third-party companies like that? Before
No.
No.
Just,
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. Eric?
Yes.
Annette?
yes.
John? John McNamara?
Yeah, why not?
Dave Pageant?
Yes.
And Keith?
Yes.
Okay, I think I got everybody.
And that's just
Yeah.
researching. That's all
And that's
it
just
is.
research.
Not
It's not
acting,
doing
not
anything.
doing anything.
Okay. Motion passes. I have one other item that I think we need to talk about real quick. I think hopefully it'll be the last one. As you guys heard me say this morning, that we no longer have, Tom Neal no longer is able or wishes to provide Ring Central. So as a committee, we need to figure out an alternative to that, whether that's Zoom or a Ring Central subscription. Annette, did you want to? Well, I know you talked to me about it, and I didn't know where we wanted to go with it. I was trying to figure out, I don't know if that's something that we need to do individually, or it's something that the agency could.
We need, if we're going to continue to offer having these streamed, we probably should do it a little more professionally than we are now. I mean, now we're kind of hodgepodging it with my iPad. The one meeting I couldn't come, I had to track down, John had to do it. It's very hard. We need, if we're going to do this and we see a value in doing it, then we should be a little more professional about it. And I think we should look at, does the committee want to purchase, and if we so, can we purchase, because the Bureau, sadly enough, holds our purse string, subscription to something like Zoom or Ring Central or something like that. And if we need to get better equipment, so that I know we've had many complaints about people not being able to hear things because we simply are just doing it through an iPad. Getting a directional mic. I know David sent me a thing about a particular one and all that. So that's where we want to look at and see if there's a better way to do this, to offer this service to people.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
we need better equipment.
Bureau folks, that puts the ball to you because you guys have our money. So the committee needs to purchase something. What do we do to do that then?
Or does something exist that we can use?
Yeah, they might have something in-house that we can use.
So I'm trying to think this out. So what the point is, you guys want it recorded so then it could be uploaded, right? So I don't know if it could be
Broadcast, we want to.
Live streamed.
Live stream.
it. So live stream it, record it and post it. Probably all of the
Yeah.
above, right?
So right now, our secretary does record it and is going to post it. So that's not the critical issue, even though that could be at some point.
But to live stream
But we
it,
really need to live stream it better than we're doing now.
right?
So like, can we use your Teams account for example?
No, we want, if so, we would want our own Teams
Well,
account.
Mr. Chair, are we talking about live streaming or are we talking about having people call in and be able to interact? There's a difference, isn't there?
Yes.
There is.
So are we
both.
talking about getting equipment and a mechanism for live streaming or for doing what you're doing right now, allowing people to call in and interact?
Exactly what we're doing right now.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
well, that's different than live streaming.
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah.
kinda.
yeah,
Sort
Mr.
of.
Chair, you can do the phone thing and the video.
I'm not doing, I don't.
Zoom.
I'm not-
Yeah, we don't need video.
We don't need video.
We're all blind
No, I'm
folks.
just saying,
No one needs to see.
You, if some people might be using a laptop, but if you use a phone, it still works.
Mr. Chair, you can do that, but there's a cost to it.
Yeah, we don't need the video side.
No,
I'm trying to keep it cheaper, John.
no, the cost, you can't, like, if you use Zoom, for example, if you want to do it for free, it's only, you only have an hour.
Yeah,
So there is a cost to it.
yeah, there is a cost.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, I know, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, from what I understand, the state of Ohio won't do Zoom.
No, we're not, yeah, we can't do Zoom.
They will not do Zoom. So as far as purchasing goes, they use Teams, which I don't like. Teams stinks. But that's the one, they didn't ask my opinion when they got into that contract. So, but we could do Ring Central or they could do Teams. If they did Teams, what we would ask is to get our own account. We do not want the Bureau being responsible for the streaming of the meetings. So, and if we are a public entity, I could see where we could be given that as part of the state of Ohio's.
I mean, to Derek's point, I'm a little confused on this whole streaming thing. So what happens right now is, Chris Sabine, correct me if I'm wrong, your recording that you're doing right now is what you typically give to Tom Neal to upload into YouTube, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's separate. What you want is basically an open phone line that people can call in and participate with.
Yes.
So it could be, and I can ask this building if they've got a phone line that we can use, that people can call in. I think that's an opportunity. The state used to have, I don't know, or OD used to have, I can research and look into it, like a bridge line, which is similar to your Ring Central, that again, it wouldn't cost us anything. So I'll look into those options.
I don't think a phone line would work because you wouldn't be able to have a ton of people calling that line typically.
the bridge line we used to have, I don't know if there was a limit on how many people, but the phone line, again, I can ask the Rife and DAS if they've got something to this nature.
Used to do, and they still may, but even before Teams and Zoom and all this was in fashion, prior to the pandemic, the old commission meetings and the SRC meetings and stuff, where people could call in and listen. Back when they had the RSC commission before OOD got rid of the commission, changed the name. But now I even think the SRC meetings were able to be, where someone could be in their home and call in and listen to that. So you guys might already have the ability to do that. And that was through a bridge line. That wasn't through one of these services.
If that's not an option, I know you guys, Christy, you guys said the state doesn't do Zoom. Is there an objection to Ring Central? I don't know what the cost of it is. I don't think it's that much, but off the top of my head.
I'll find out.
Mr. Chair, can I bring up one last thing that I meant to bring up earlier and didn't?
Yeah, go.
It's about selections and Rule 3, and we all may encounter things coming up that have to do with the 2-point award for same service format. Everybody understands what I'm talking about in rule. It says if you've operated for more than 1 year previously, a facility with same service format, you get awarded 2 points. That's not defined anywhere. And I'm wondering, is there a way that we can define service format to make sure that every selection panel across the state is doing that equitably, equally, I should say, or the same way every time, so that we don't run into issues down the road. And in particular, what makes this question interesting is I think we've all always agreed that, and the reason for the existence of the rule is we wanted to give people who've run cafeterias a better shot at getting a cafeteria if it becomes available, because it's always preferable to have somebody with running cafeteria experience to somebody coming off the street and never having done it. So that was the reason. But so we all agree that that's a category. But I think we've always assumed that all vending is a category. But I'm wondering, are things like micro markets a separate category because they require particular expertise, and it's also expertise that's not covered in our training, et cetera, et cetera. So should we all be considering now that you get 2 points for that, and having run vending doesn't qualify you for the service format of micro market? And how do we handle the whole plethora? Well, there aren't that many anymore, but counter operations, C-stores, and all that. I mean, we would all agree that a simple newspaper stand is different than what Jim Lentz's facility used to be before the pandemic, with a coffee shop and all of that. So, is there something we can do moving forward to make sure that happens? Is it lawful to add a definition to the rules as a one-off thing? Is that possible, or is it possible to write a policy, or can we just all agree on something at some point? Because it's going to start making a difference soon, and I think it needs to be addressed.
And Mr. Chair,
Christy.
just my opinion is, it needs to be defined somewhere, and if it's not us opening up the rules right now, maybe defined in even a motion where everyone is on the same page. Again, I don't care which way we go, we just I don't want a grievance coming forward, and I appreciate you bringing this up, that if there's any discrepancy, that again, it definitely goes on the list of when we do open up the rules again, that this has to be defined, but until then, how are we going to apply it? I think that definitely needs defined.
Well, I mean, I guess the question would be for me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, for Demi, is it possible to create a policy to cover such a thing, or is it possible to easily add a definition to the rules, or not so easy or not possible?
Mr. Chair, I mean, it depends on how you define easy. I mean, the process to change the rule, you've all been through it. I mean, even the quickest change can be time consuming because of posting and comment and blah, blah, blah. But I
Public
mean,
meetings, et cetera.
yeah.
So you have to go through the whole rigmarole.
Yeah, you have to go through the whole rigmarole.
How about creation of a policy?
I mean, if you wanted to, put a policy in place or make it part of your, kind of just operational rules as a committee and stuff, yeah, I mean, I would talk to your AG about it because she's probably more well-versed
Well,
in.
and that doesn't have to do with us as a committee, that has to do with the Bureau's operation, not the committee's operation.
Oh, well then, yeah, I mean, we should
Selections are
create
Bureau
a
operation,
policy.
Yeah, that involves the committee, that involves members of the committee.
Remind me what the specific thing you're trying to write a policy about is, sorry?
In Rule 3, the selection rule.
Oh, okay,
There
yeah.
are 2 points awarded if an applicant has operated for more than 1 year a facility with same service format as being applied for.
Okay.
And but service format isn't defined.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah, so we could, I mean, the Bureau could, you could come up with a policy, if you want to call it a policy, or even just kind of a definition for that we just use until we open up the rule. As long as it's documented somewhere that's how the committee has agreed to kind of go forward, I think that's fine. But yeah, the next time the rules are up, or if you want to open up a batch of rules or just got one rule, you got to make sure, it's what you actually want, and maybe you pilot a definition, or, again, I can't tell you how to do it, but,
Can we put that on the agenda for next meeting, Frank?
Yeah, absolutely. Annette had something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think it even goes deeper than that, because you said vending
Well, you
with.
said
And the definition of service format is obviously going to be enumerating what the service formats are.
So I was going to ask you, Garrett, you said next meeting, does that mean statewide, or you want to do it at the May 19th?
Not statewide.
I didn't think
Not
so.
timed, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the May 19th meeting. All right.
And I'm sure we'll all talk about it, when we call one another, we'll talk about it, I'm sure Annette and I, when we debrief
We
this
do our
weekend,
debriefing.
we're going to talk about it, because that's a fun topic, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if there's,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I actually had a question. How much research is going to go into, or how is it going to be researched about what it takes to get rid of the farmer's fridge machine? I'm kind of asking for a reason. I kind of think some of that's going to depend on, if Derek's right, that if we decide we don't want to provide that particular kind of vending machine, they can't go to, it doesn't mean that we waive it and they can go to someone else to get it. We kind of need to know the answer to that also. I don't know how that would be researched, but we kind of need to know the answer to the vote. And depending on the answer to the vote, that's kind of going to help how we approach UC as far as seeing if they would be willing to assume the financial risk for the farmer's fridge machines or any other machines going forward. I kind of think I don't think they're going to flat turn that down, to be honest, because they're going to want other kinds of machines, and if we'd be willing to do it, as long as they will assume some of that risk, I don't think they're going to flat out refuse that. But I'm really curious if Derek's right, that if we say no, they can't put the machines in.
Mr. Chair, I'll state again, I would never make that motion, I would never second that motion, and I would never vote for that motion. I will never ask a property owner to assume financial risk for our business.
Mr. Chair, I like what Dave's saying in theory, but I tend to agree with Derek in that there's financial risk all the time to the program when we put in a new machine, whether it's going to make any money. When we set up a facility, if it's going to make any money. I don't know that if I was a grantor, maybe if it was to this specific thing, like Farmer's Fridge, something they already have on campus and like, maybe they would be good with that, but boy, to say financial risk, that could get pretty dicey. I don't think a grantor would.
Well, Mr. Chair, the way we were kind of talking about it on the phone was, we could approach them and say, hey, if you guys want these different types of machines in the future, as long as you would be willing to be responsible for these fees, should they actually come up, then we'll be able to provide these machines and you can put them where you want.
And maybe if it was, I mean, we've had grantors take on financial burden to set up facilities before because they wanted a remodel and we were, you know, our program didn't have the funds or anymore, honestly, the ability to pay for it. We've had grantors do that and pay a lot of money because they wanted a change in their facility. That's happened.
But there's a lot of misinterpretations about the law. I'm really curious to know if Derek's right, that if we say no, they can't have it. I almost think if we say no, they can go get someone else. But I would rather be wrong.
Not where we're already at. I've used this building in the past as an example. If one of our congressional folks all of a sudden said, or the Department of Commerce in this building said, we want our own vending machines, we want a whole bank of vending machines on our floor, and our program decided that that wasn't financially feasible, it wasn't a good idea to put them there, and we told them no, they're not allowed just to, they can't see that as a waiver just to go and get someone else to come put machines there. It's just not allowed.
But I think the Bureau sees it differently, or am I wrong? You guys think they can go get somebody else to do it?
So, Mr. Chair, I don't know. We'll research it, we'll bring it back to you guys, and then you guys can decide on where we want to go. I think it's more than just a machine. I think it's the offering too, and what they're offering. But again, I don't, like, we'll go back. Again, I kind of agree with you too, Greg's not here, Derek, that your attorney could probably help in the interpretation of this too. I'm not an attorney. But we can go back, we can do some research. I also kind of want to reach out to Nikki and Terry because they're on the grounds of other states. I'm going to talk to Indiana, Minnesota, and Illinois on their SLAs, maybe their specific operators that I could get their operators' name and numbers and you guys can reach out to them. I think that there's different things on that level as well that we can do.
I would just like to be able to provide all these unique machines if they want them, if we're able to do it,
If they're viable and beneficial to our program and the customers and the grantor, yes. But if they're only beneficial to the grantor or the grantor's contractor and not beneficial to us, then absolutely not.
Christy, Mike Colburn, who's one of the, he's coming with Nikki for statewide.
What's his name?
Mike Colburn. He is the committee chair in Minnesota. He also runs the University of Minnesota, so he may actually have somebody. I don't know if he does or not.
Okay, that's good to know. And he's coming to statewide?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, if there's nothing else, and we are running a little bit late, I apologize. I need a motion and a second.
I'm going to adjourn.
There's Keith.
Yeah, well, we didn't have discussion.
Yes, I want to discuss.
Discussion on the motion.
All right, everyone.
Speech on. Stop.